The new channel. The new channel. Hashtag TNC Now.
The views, opinions, and insights expressed in the following shows are those of the host, producers, guests, and viewers. They do not necessarily reflect the position of the channel. Viewer discretion is advised.
hindi na masyadong mga Panginoong may lupa sa traditional na kahulugan, kundi mga Panginoong may subdivision na ang ating pinag-uusapan. No? Tapos, pangatlo, yung paghahari ng dayuhan. So, nabanggit na rin ni Cabilo yung mga unang rally laban sa US military bases. Ganon din ang kinusang sakdal kasi noong 1932, sinabi ng pamahalang Amerikano, magkakaroon na ng independensya ang Pilipinas. Pero noong 1935, binago. Sinabing, teka, meron pang 10 years transition. Ito yung Commonwealth. So, naudlot. So, kung may charter change ngayon, may charter change din dati. Pinapalitan ang kalakaran para sa kapakanan ng mga naghaharing uri. So, tuloy-tuloy ang makikita nating mga aral. Unfortunately, ito yung isusuot ko na yung hat ko bilang edukador. Ako ay nagtuturo sa Universidad ng Pilipinas, Diliman. Unfortunately, naging karanasan sa Cordillera yung panahon yun. Ah,
kasama, and unitary and top-down. Kaya palagay ko yun ang isang dapat challenge sa atin. Sabi ko, ano madali sa big guys? Kanya-kanya na lang. May isang kaibigan ako ron, siguro semi-anarchista. Sabi niya, ang pagkakaisa ng Pilipino ay sa pagkakanya-kanya. Kasi siguro naman yun. So, ang tanong ngayon,
trainer of the British Council, and GIC co-around on various topics related to social change and development. Everyone, please welcome Dr. Darwin Malubay.
For the Muslims, we say, Assalamu alaikum or Salam. Peace to it, salam mo. Right? You can extend your hand, you can, whatever it is, what is important is that it does fine. So parang energy of openness. And the last but not the least, yung sarili niyong lenguwahe. In your own dialect, how do you say nakakompong ka, there's something, there's a problem with that. Ang tingin ng mga Muslims, doon sa usapin, kung ikaw ay IP, wala kang pinangangalan. At ang tingin ng mga IP, kung ikaw ay Kristyano, ikaw ay langgam. So these are mga narratives that surface in the process. So yung mga usapin ngayon, among the young people, ano yung resulta? Iyakan. Because ang realization nila is that because we treat each other based on our perspective, hindi nangyayari yung usapin. May mall ba sa Mindanao? Puro giyera ba sa Mindanao? Is peaceful, is Mindanao a peaceful city, island? Or di ka ba natatakot dahil taga Mindanao ka? Or kung galing kang Mindanao, others will treat you differently. Dahil ito, baka, alam mo na, no? Terorista. Baka ito, rebelde, etc. So that's a striking research result. Dahil kulang tayo ng pag-intindi sa ating sarili-sariling mga komunidad. Even from one community to the other, ang dami natin biases. Di ba? Pag sabihin ka na Mindanao ka, ako taga Manila, taga-provinsya ka. By sense of yung language na yun, tells us that you're a little bit ignorant and you're a little bit parang mababagas compared to ako taga Manila, taga-kapital. Ikaw taga probinsya, kulang ka na. Another reason, tatanungin mo sila, question nila, habang hindi ako isip lang, kasi kaya mo natin. Maski basketball, ako pinag-ilan play basketball. Tatawin mo sila ng ito, just to play basketball. Kung mag-overflow yung nalibasyon box, walang eskwela. So ano yung needs na mga the presence of government in those areas? Hindi nila nabibig kung ano yung servisyo na gobyerno na bago. Now, when I became a lecturer and a researcher, and of course, at the same time, an organizer of mga seminars, ang dami ko rin realization. But what is important in our peace advocacy is yung consciousness. Even simple things as pagkain. Okay, particularly in Mindanao, we are a city of the tribe people. When you prepare food, conscious kami na may Muslim tayo. So dapat i-separate yung mga non-pork to pork. Bakit? These are indicators na medyo mataas yung level mo of the respect of the kind of diversity and multicultural arrangements that we have in the country. Okay. And as a teacher, kasi I've been teaching peace advocacy, Mindanao history at MSU IIT, ang daming realizations din ng mga estudyante. Bakit? Sa tingin nila, especially so that Iligan City, that's where my city is located. Ako kasi yung city administrator ng Iligan. Malapit lang kami sa Marawi. Yung biases against Marawi is malalim. Kasi Christian-dominated yung Iligan, yung Marawi is the Islamic capital of the Philippines. In fact, ayaw nyo pumunta ng Marawi dahil takot kayo sa mga extremists. Pero after ng giyera, we always bring our visitors to Marawi, so that they'll have an understanding of the narratives of the moral struggle that has not been addressed in our history. Kasi palaging nasa isip natin yung concept natin of the Imperial Manila, that Manila defines our history, at saka kayo nasa periphery. Diyan lang kayo sa mga issues na dapat bagay sa inyo. And the last but not the least, sa Iligan as the city administrator, meron kaming ginagawang mga arrangements that will strengthen multiculturalism and diversity. One of which is, example, dati yung aming festival is very Christian. That the festival is the celebration of Saint Michael the Archangel. But if you analyze the history of the establishment of churches, it has always been a struggle against the pirates, against the Filipinos or the Moros who fought against colonization. And that's also the story of our church. So, what we did, the aming festival is a festival of the tribe peoples. But what we did as a city government, we separated the festival of the Muslims, we call that Pakarajan, for the first time, and we separated the festival of the Hidonons. The goal is to make it sure that there will be that discussion and arrangement of how we value diversity and multiculturalism. So, bilisan natin. So, when you talk about peace, medyo complex to. At the personal level, ito ang sinasabi natin inner peace. Because mahirap sabihin peace advocate tayo. Pero at the personal level, ang gulo-gulo ng buhay mo. Unpeaceful ka sa sarili mo. You cannot be a peace advocate. At the family level, you cannot be a peace advocate if you have problems with your family members. How can you be, kasi sinasabi nilang walk na to, if you cannot be a good example to everyone? Of course, at the level of the largest level, the community level, peace is to live without violence, conflict, or war. That's very important. Now, dalawa yung titingnan natin. May sinasabi tayong culture of peace and the culture of violence. Ano yung sinasabi natin culture of violence? Kultura to, no? Nagiging nasanayan na natin. For example, di ba pag magbibigay tayo ng regalo sa mga kabataan, pag lalaki, bakit ba rin ang dapat ibigay? What is then the effect of that to the young people? Bakit pa rin? Bakit pag babae, manyeka or something like that? Will that nurture our concept of a gendered society, a paternalistic society in the long run? Maraming usapin, hindi ko na lang panalimin. But when you talk about discrimination, ang daming nangyayaring discrimination all over the country. Example, in some instances in Mindanao, if you are a Muslim, you cannot own a subdivision, a house in a subdivision. Dahil Muslim ka, dahil Maranao ka, dahil nakakompong ka. Diba? So these are instances where peacelessness is absent. So when you talk about the culture of peace, ito yung mga usapin where we nurture cooperation, where we nurture understanding, where we nurture that sense of acceptance and respect to our diversity. Okay? So, paano natin ito i-strengthen? For peace advocates kasi, though kanina, we've talked about yung history natin of struggles. Well, okay naman yun. I have no question about it. But we are always highlighting conflict and struggle, violence, or sex in our, kumbaga sa ating kaisipan. Even tolerate it. When you say you are a peace advocate, dapat hindi. Because when you talk about peace, sabi nila, it's better to talk 1,000 times than to stage war in a single day. Others would celebrate war, kirahin na yan, patayin na yan. But you have no idea of the consequences of war to communities and to young people. Now, when you talk about negative peace, dalawa yun know the culture of peace and the culture of violence. Ang daming examples nito, but we don't have time. When you talk about negative peace, is the absence of violence or fear of violence. Kaya nga gusto ng mga tao, si Duterte dahil yung mga drug lords sa amin na unless whatever it is. That's simple negative peace, but what about positive peace? This talks about attitudes, institutions, and structures that create and sustain peaceful societies. Yung mga statements ba, example ni Duterte, with due respect to him, are in a way in the context of languages that are peaceful. Women will not agree to that. Okay, let's continue. Now, since wars begin in the minds of men, it is in the minds of men that the defenses of peace must be constructed. Kaya sabihin ko sa inyo, in my own experience, it's very difficult to be a peace advocate if you are not practicing it. Kung hindi ka, kumbaga you don't walk the talk. Okay? And then, we have choices. Either we always live at the past or we go to the future. And sino yung mga future natin, mga kabataan? Kaya sometimes, or most of the time, medyo frustrated kami mga educators. Kasi we're talking about peace education at the elementary level, at the high school level, and even at the college level. Hindi pa rin na-institutionalize ito. Bakit importante ito? Because this strengthens our multiculturalism, this strengthens our diversity. Though it is correct to say that we need to unify our country, but in the process of unifying our country, we also tend to neglect the diversity and the uniqueness of our cultures and traditions. In fact, we tend to forget and disrespect minority cultures and traditions because of our level of ignorance. So when we say we are a peace advocate, we need to be an ambassador of peace also. Marami to, no? So siguro because a number of us are leaders here, we work on peace advocacy at our level. Kung advocacy ka man, yung advocacy mo is on the environment, yung advocacy mo man is more on the community, ang daming gawing paraan. Kasi we cannot solve the problem of the 8 billion people of the world. We cannot solve the problem of the 100 million Filipinos in this country. But in our sphere of influence, we can do something to nurture the culture of peace or the culture of acceptance, respect, etc. So, ito yung mga goals natin. Corruption, we fight for it. Yung ating business environment so that, kasi pag walang trabaho, walang kapayapaan. We talk about a functioning government. We talk about distribution of resources. We talk about, kasi when we talk about distribution of resources, yung mga taga-Mindanao will say, sa Manila, ang daming infrastructure, no? Yung mga overpass, underpass. Pero sa mga probinsya, kahit basic na daan, wala. You talk about information, even simple things as relationship with your neighbor. And of course, capital, etc. Marami to. But what is important is that as an attitude, as ambassador of peace, tayo sa ating level can do something. We have to make our people understand what we are doing. Alam ko, this room is a very, talks about individual powerful persons of our own sphere. Pero mangyayari lang yan if we walk the talk. If we influence others to be peace advocates. Kasi walang saysay yung ating national peace advocates sa atin. If tayo mismo are not advocates of peace, but on the other way around, advocate tayo the culture violence. So, yung takeaways natin, we are surrounded by those who emphasize sensationalism and violence. Ito, these are problems, social media. We celebrate patayan. We celebrate away ng politika. Promoting peace is not just a solitary activity. Engagements like this, yung mga conventions, etc., pag-usapan yung mga problema is very important. Collaboration, institution, but what is important is the community of practice. And the last but not the least is, when they extend the principles and the practice of peace to others, the others can guide us, to peace to others can guide us to a richer, more secure coexistence. So what is important is that when we go out of this hall, because this is an assembly of peace advocates, we can do something to our respective community. So peace be with you. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you so much, Dr. Darwin Manuba and the rest of the speakers, Dr. Nestor Castro and Mr. Ed Villator. Your magnificent take on forging peace in the present is instrumental in continuing our efforts to turn this vision into fruition. Ngayon ay ating pag-usapan panelist is a QC parent sectoral representative to the City Development Council, the Vice Chair of Federation of Solo Parents, the founder and Chair of Court Days. Peace advocates, please welcome Ms. Josie Wells. And our last panelist is Mr. Angel Padre, CEO Operations of Kona Transport Group. Joining the panel discussion, welcome back on stage Dr. Nestor Castro, Mr. Ed Villator, and Dr. Darwin Manuba.
Yeah. Magandang hapon sa ating lahat. Hapon. Ang policy number, ang ganyo, sa mga Ruby, direksyon. At syempre kasama ko dito ang ating representante ng ulo. Syempre ng sectoral representative ng solo parents. By the way, itong kasama natin, alam niyo, hindi natin, naging bahagi po siya sa pagpapasa ng IRR ng Republic Act 11861, expanding the solo parent act. May ID na rin po bilang leader. Josie, and of course,
Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat.
thank you. At kasama rin natin dito, ako nagulat ako dahil for the information of all, I became part of the Interagency Council for Traffic when I was with the OTR. Pati po yung IAC, yung namuhuli ng mga bulok, ng sakyan. Yan. At ang pala po, at kasama ko dito ngayon sa harapan, yung leader po akto ng corporation. Ito po importante. Sila po yung nag-meeting ng traditional na gym at modern. Parang po natin si Angel pa yan. Pwede na po natin siguro simulan, ano? Pagulungin na natin agad ang tanungan or any comment. We have 15 minutes. Let's make this hour-wide. So either any comment from the panel or any slides or repeat the point. Okay?
Yes, meron akong sa pagpuna lamang. Kasi ito nagiging kasanayan na o nagiging tumatanim na sa kaisipan ng marami. Kung titignan na sinabi kanina sa pag-usapan, yung panahon noon, kasi pag sinabing 1935, wala naman yung panahon pa ng iba rito na nasa 1935. Tapos, panahon noon na may mga chacha issue, iba yung chacha daw noon, at iba yung chacha ngayon. Ganun, parang, so, marami rin dito sa amin na medyo malabo sa pangunawa, pero ngayon nagkakaroon kami ng pangunawa dahil sa mga speakers natin. At para mas kuminit at kumigting yung advokasya na hindi lang advokasya para sa usapin paano kami mabuhay, kundi usapin paano kami maging mapayapa. Kaya napuna ko lang kanina parang napakahirap ang Christianity para i-divert natin doon sa sinasabing reforma. Ito ba ay talagang napakahirap. Pero para po sa akin pagpuna ko dito ay hindi naman sa pagkakong yung attitude na pumapasok, ay madali po ba natin itong may aangkla sa ating panahon ngayon? Kumpara sa panahon noon, na napuna ko mula pa kanina ay iba ang panahon ng paghihimaghimagsikan para sa kapayapaan. At para ngayon ay may kasamang politika para sa kapayapaan. O kasama bang ayuda sa kapayapaan?
Sige. Una muna si Padre Sigura. Muna, Kaed. Madali daw po ba?
Madali at hindi. Sagot ng pare lang. Yes and no. Yes, because tulad ng sinabi, pwede raw magsimula sa maliliit na hakbang. Madali yun. Pero pag nagsimula ka, mamaya, ang joke ko nga dyan, pagkakahatak yung mga tao sa akin. Parang binigyan ako ng sinupi. Nung hinawak ko, may sinupi. Nang hiniulog ako, ay may kalabaw. Pagkatapos, hinakaw pala yung kalabaw. Hindi, pero ang punto, mahirap higitin agad ang tao sa napakalaki. Sa napakamatindi, mabigat. Magsisimula ka sa kaya, dahan-dahan. Pero may patut. Pero, huwag mong sabihin sa kanilang madali lang yan. Madali sa ngayon. Pero humanda ka sapagkat anumang mahalaga at may kabuluhang bagay ay nangangailangan ng mabigat na tugon. Pero,
huwag kang gagawa, tutugunan ng iisa. Tumaya ka, maghanap ka ng mga kapanalig. Makakahanap ka. At yun ang mahalaga. Pero magsimula ka, tumayo. Kasi paano malaman sino bubukas sa'yo? Yun ho ang personal kong karanasan. Kaya tulad yun. Dati wala akong alam sa kaibigan solo parents. Ngayon, tumayo ka. Tumindig ka. Mamaya sa akin, usapan na kami. Ngayon, alam ko na kami sa kaibigan solo parents. Dati wala yan.
So kapag meron na pala ng ID ng solo parent, PWD, senior at solo parent. O, diba? Palagpakan natin. Grupo ni Profi. Prof, you may add something?
Yeah, thank you. Kasi pag sabihin mong religion, lahat naman ng religion talks about peace. Pero sometimes, nainis tayo kasi pag nasa simbahan, peace be with you. Saan ka, pag uwi sa bahay, iba yung practice. Parang opposite of what you are saying. So what is important is that, even in your respective office, you can do something. Diba? May mga usapin ko, example, dapat yung mamumuno lalaki. Iba, homophobic tendencies natin. Or even yung mga discrimination natin, bakit di natin pwedeng baguhin yung nakasanayan? Because generally, kung sabihin mong gera, sa Mindanao, pagod na kami sa gera. Pero sa Manila, yung iba gusto ng gera. Hindi nyo alam yung experience namin sa gera. Kasi hindi kayo nag-work. All of us wanted development. All of us wanted inclusiveness. So, sa level natin, sa ating makaya, pwede naman. Sabi ko nga sa'yo, we cannot address the 100 million Filipinos na dapat may kapayapaan tayo. But in our own sphere, may mga sarili tayong departments. Yung mga ganyang advocacy for inclusion, for solo parents, these are important advocacies that will strengthen a peaceful society. Yung mga example, yung masasakyan for physically challenged, na meron kang mga sasakyan that will allow inclusivity, that will strengthen multiculturalism. Kaya nga sa ibang bansa, say for example in Australia, ang taas ng level of multiculturalism. Bakit? Kasi when you talk of respect, even in Singapore, yung pag-intindi nila sa Islamic culture, sa mga Indian culture malalim. Kaya when I was in Indonesia, they thought I'm Malay. Kasi di sila nag-offer sa akin ng beer. Sabi ko, I'm a Filipino. I can drink beer. Mga ganun. Medyo simple things lang yun, pero makikita mo yung level of education na na-incorporate sa kanilang education system. So sa akin, kasi advocate ako ng peace education, importante yung values of respect, multiculturalism, umpisahan natin sa eskwelahan. Kasi we demand respect, but we never teach respect at the level of the schools.
Yes. Thank you, bro. Angel, baka you want to say something and then we want to invite our participants. Sayang. You're raising your hand, so after po ni Angel, you want to say something, then ma'am, your turn.
Sa part of transport po, yung actor ng transport corp sa amin po ngayon, nakikita niyo naman po ang aming kalagayan ngayon sa transport kung anong meron po sa amin. Sa ating, kami pinakahuling lalayan na ng gobyerno, pero hanggang ngayon po, lumalaban pa rin po kami hanggang ngayon. Kaya nandito po kami para sumuporta sa advocate ng ating national peace advocate po. Nandito po ang transport para sumuporta po. Maraming salamat.
Salamat kay Angel. So, meron po tayong tumataas ng kamay, Mike. Pakilala po, mabilis. Siguro how many minutes we have? So, we're just trying to...
Hello. Hello, everybody. I'm Maria Lisa Lorenzo from Filipino International League for Peace and Unity and also President of Luz Biminda National Transport Federation. Tanong ko lang, ito po, tanong ko lang. Ano ang layunin ng peace advocate sa ating bansa? And then, paano natin tutulungan, lalo na kami sa transport ngayon, na nagkakaroon ng konting problema. Dapat po matulungan kami ng peace advocate para magsama-sama po tayong lahat sa tagumpay Di ba? Tagumpay tayo eh. Kaya tinatanong ko, ano ang layunin? Bakit tayo nagkaroon ng Peace Advocate Summit? Para maintindihan namin lahat. Yun lang po.
Thank you po.
Hindi po ako ganun Ganyan na ako magsalita.
Baka po matulungan tayo ng resource speakers. Medyo ang malayo. Karudi or Prof. Etoy. Yeah. Dahil medyo nahuli ka, Prof, baka tulong ka sumagot. Ang tanong po, ang kasamahan natin ay, ano daw po ang layunin ng peace advocates natin ngayon? At paano daw po matutulungan ang sitwasyon ng ating mga transport drivers dahil nakaharap sila sa problema ng kompensasyon. Sige po, Prof.
Okay. Siyempre yung peace advocates, malawak ng mga sektor, hindi lang sa transport, Pero siguro ito yung opportunity na mag-connect ang ibang mga advocates, na advocate sa kababaihan, sa urban poor, sa indigenous people, may connecta sa mga issue ng iba't ibang sektor, including transport sector. Alam naman natin nakaka-apekto sa problema ng bansa yung kawalan ng transportation at very real yung impact. So, nagiging kosto ng mga problema, mga agitan, ilit ng ulo, di ba? So, yun, ang isang masasabi ko, maging daluyan to para mag-connect tayo, pati doon sa mga karanasan ng mga datihan. Hindi ko sasabihin ng matatanda. Kasi, alam ko nung first quarter storm, konting taas lang ng presyo ng gasolina eh. Ganun agad eh. Pero ngayon, sobrang...
Ngayon po, yung halaga ng sakyan nila, kapalit 1.2
million. So, meron pang kasaysayang batayan yung mga nangyayari, maging sa transport sector sa ngayon.
Thank you. Any addition?
I-add ko lang yung idea natin of dignity of labor. Kasi pag sabihin kasi driver ka or laborer ka, sa konsepto natin of status ng society, parang mababat ka. Pero if you go to other countries, pag mas mahirap yung trabaho mo, mas malaki yung sweldo mo. So kaya importante yung community of practice. And we hope that to fulfill, kasi ang goal ng fulfill is inclusiveness, respect of diversity, at saka yung mga issues na mga ganitong sector should be, kumbaga level up dun sa usapin, sa reforma, sa batas, etc. Para may society type inclusion. So yung sabihin natin, dignity of labor, medyo malalim yun. But we need to strengthen the culture of respect. Na maski pa ang trabaho mo ay basurero ka, we respect you because your job is a dignified job. Pero kung ikaw ay politician na corrupt, dapat that should not be.
Natin, ganda na sinabi ni Prof. Nakakabulot itong araw na to. So, ang keywords po natin, respect, interconnection, unity, and diversity, which are all important. I guess with that, let's wrap up this panel discussion at maraming salamat sa ating mga nagsipagsalita. Pusayagos muna, meron ulit tayong gift check mula sa organizer na walang kasamang halaga.
Thank you so much, everyone, for a meaningful discussion about forging peace in the present. We have learned how we can face the challenges and opportunities that we encounter in the present, and how we can forge peace amid diversity and complexity. Now, let's take time to show our utmost appreciation for our panelists and speakers. They will be receiving their certificates of appreciation. To be awarded to Ms. Josie Velasco, Mr. Angel Padua, Dr. Nestor Castro, Mr. Ed De La Torre, and Dr. Darwin Manuba. Also calling Mr. Rudy Cadena and Mr. Rick Serrano for the photo op. Once again, thank you to our moderators, panelists, and speakers for track 2. For
The new channel. The new channel.
the National Peace Advocate Summit 2024 is sponsored by Montesa, a prime vista land development in Zubing, Zambales, and Reway. With our official media partner, TNT, the new channel. Up next is our third track, where we will explore the aspirations and actions that we need to take for the future to sustain peace and prosperity. The title of this track is Sustainable Peace and National Prosperity. Our first speaker for the third track will discuss ending conflict and building new institutions to sustain peace. He is the lead convener at National Anti-Poverty Commission, former Director 4 of the Bureau of Learner Support Services, former Director 4 of the Department of Education, former Technical Advisor at the Southeast Asian Regional Center for Graduate Study and Research in Agriculture, or CRO. Please give a warm round of applause to the Secretary of the National Anti-Poverty Commission, Secretary Lopez Santos.
Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Nagpapasalamat ako at naisama niyo ang National Anti-Poverty Commission dito sa National Peace Advocates Summit. Itong usapin na ito ay bahagi po ng agenda ng National Anti-Poverty Commission. Sabi nga namin dito ay yung advocacy ng para sa kapayapaan at pag-ulat ay dapat magsimula kung nasa saan tayo. Should start from where we are. At maraming dimension ito. Ang National Anti-Poverty Commission po ay binubuo ng sa ngayon ay 24 na national government agencies, 4 na liga ng mga local government units, at 14 basic sectors. At ang aming chairperson ay ang Presidente ng Pilipinas. At doon po sa 14 basic sectors na yun, I'm sure lahat ng political organizations na nandito ngayon ay bahagi noong National Anti-Poverty Commission. I'm sure meron kayong representative doon sa mga basic sector na yan na na-organize 25 years ago. At ako po ay naupo sa National Anti-Poverty Commission. We define our urgent task and isa doon ay ang pagpapalakas ng basic sector sa National Anti-Poverty Commission. And the first order of business na sinabi ko, let's respect whatever ideological, political, and organizational affiliations of all member basic sector. And I think it works sapagkat napaka-aktibo po ng basic sector sa National Anti-Poverty Commission. Ang NAPSI po ay bawat sektor na 14 na yan ay binubuo ng 100 piniling organisasyon sa buong Pilipinas. So meron tayong 1,400 national, regional, provincial organizations nationwide na nakapalugpo o nagpa-participate sa NAPSI. At ang sabi namin, pagka nandito tayo sa NAPSI, ang pag-uusapan natin ay ang laban sa kahirapan. Pagkatapos ng pag-uusap sa NAPSI, balik tayo sa kanilang mga organisasyon, palakasin natin yung ating mga organisasyon, at pagbalik ulit natin, mas malakas na yung ating advocacy. At ang sabi ko po sa kanila, naupo, kaya kailangan natin kilalanin ang inyong mga ideological political organization sapagkat naiintindihan ko yan. Ang sabi ko sa kanila, ang aking exposure ay from extreme left to extreme right. Pero ang sabi ko sa kanila, huwag nyo lang tanungin kung sino yung mga kausap ko. Pero mukhang kailangan sabihin dito dahil andito naman kayong lahat. Andito naman kayong lahat. When I graduated college, 6 years ago ako nag-full-time na community organizer. Hindi po ako nagtrabaho agad. Ako po ay presidential scholar ng panahon ni Pangulong Marcos. Ako po ay isa sa scholar niya. At ang naging mentor ko po during that day ay during those days ng aming pagiging student leader ay walang iba kundi si Kani Lutaya. At siyempre kasama pa doon si Luis Tarut. At kung ako po ay napunta sa National Anti-Poverty Commission 1986, 1998, kasama sa panahon ng Pangulong Estrada, ang aking lead convener ay si Secretary Boy Morales. At nakausap ko yung Trinity ng Pave. At nagtuloy-tuloy po yung pakipag-ugnayan na yan sa inyong lahat. I was the president, the national founding president of the People's Movement Against Poverty. Alam niyo na yung nagawa ng PIMAC. And noong panahon na nagpupuntan kami kasama sa Canilo, kakaiba po yung kwento namin. While kayo ay nasa kalsada, kami po ay nasa loob ng kampo. Pero kami ay nasa loob ng mga kampo at kami, ni Canilo ay nagbibigay ng lektura. Kung tayo ay sumisigaw sa kalsada ng anti-imperialismo, kami ay nagtuturo ng feudalismo at imperialismo sa loob ng mga military camps. And we ended up later on banned in all police and military camps. Bakit po? Kasi maraming sumama doon sa kudita. And we have formulation that time, CCRPU, Kukong Revolution People's Uprising. Unfortunately, ang nangyari lang ay coup. Wala yung component ng People's Uprising. But there was an expression of People's Uprising. Yung EDSA 3, ang problema naman, walang military component. So siguro, and during that time, kinukwento ko nila ilang during that time, ang panahon natin ay pagkakaisa lahat ng pwersa. Kasi sinasabi namin noon, sandataang lakas para kanina pa. Merong MPA, merong MNLF, MILF, merong AFP, merong CPLA, para saan? Sabi natin, bakit di natin pagsama-samahin yung mga armas natin at itutok natin yung bala niyan sa tunay na kalaban. Hindi yung tayo yung nagbabarilan at dugong Pilipino yung tumutulong sa lupa, samantalang inaangkat natin ang mga armas sa iba't ibang bansa na ginagamit natin pagpatayan sa isa't isa. And from there, yan po yung exposure ko sa advocacy. And ngayon sa NAPSI, masasabi natin na merong evidence ang peace and development. Laging sinasabi po natin, lekas-gas yung kahirapan, ang dahilan, bakit may nagre-rebelde, bakit lumalaban sa gobyerno dahil merong kahirapan. Pero alam naman natin, hindi yan lang ang dahilan. It's alam natin, meron lahat tayo ng ideological point of view. At yung ating ideological point of view, nagbubunga ng ating mga political programs. Yung iba, pumasok dun sa armed struggle. Yung iba na natili sa parliamentary struggle. Eh, marami sa atin dito na sa parliamentary struggle. Even now, we have allied ourselves in different political organizations. Kahit sabihin natin na itong mga political parties na ito ay pag-aari ng mga negosyante, ba lumalaro din tayo sa kanila. Ang tanong, tayo ba ang nilalaro o tayo ang lumalaro? Palayin mo, ito po yung kailangan natin sagutin. We have tayo yung meron mas mataas na antas ng kamalayan. Alam naman natin, pagkakadre. Kung sino meron pinakamataas ang antas ng kamalayan ng komunidad, ay dapat tayo ang nagdidikta ng sitwasyon. Again, evidence ng poverty and peace. Sa ngayon po, sa National Anti-Poverty Commission, ang target natin ay ibaba ang kahirapan from 18.7% to single digit by 2028. Ano ang naging contribution dito ng peace effort? Meron po kami programa sa PPD4, Action Laban sa Kahirapan, and one of the episode is Peace Process and Development. At doon ay pakita na nung nagkaroon ng peace process, ang PKP at ang Marcos Administration ay nagkaroon ng agrarian peace. Nagkaroon ng development sa Central Luzon at sa iba't ibang bahagi ng ating bansa. Nagkaroon ng peace process sa Palawan sa ibang bahagi ng bansa. Nagkaroon ng development sa mga lugar na ito. Yung pinakahuli, dito po sa BARN. Ang poverty incidence sa BARN noong 2018 ay more than 60%. Nagkaroon ng COVID, ang poverty incidence sa lahat ng region tumaas. Ang poverty incidence sa BARN bumaba by more than 20%. From 60% to 38%. So ang nakita po natin ay merong development, merong pababa ng kahirapan kung merong kapayapaan. So kung sumaga, sabi ni Mayor, 10 years ago, ang poverty incidence namin ay 80%. Ngayon, ang poverty incidence nila single digit because meron silang programa from arms to farms. Ini-institutionalize po yung peace and development process. At palagay ko, yung hindi tayo nagkamali, yung pagpapalakas ng basic sector, at nakita po namin ito sa NAPSI, nung pinalakas ang participation ng basic sector, ang national government agencies tumugon. Sapagkat hindi pwedeng hindi tutugon ang national government agencies, sapagkat kung ang kanilang ka-engage sa mga national government agencies, although ang tawag nila doon ay client, kliyente ang tingin doon sa sektor, but they engage in dialogue, they engage in program development, they engage in project development, they empower both sides. Ang susunod yung pagbaba dun sa local government units. Another process. The National Anti-Poverty Commission is mandated to prepare the National Poverty Action Plan, and the local government units are mandated to prepare local poverty reduction action plan in accordance with the Magna Carta of the Poor. Meron po panahon ni President Duterte, merong Magna Carta of the Poor. Ano ang nilalaman ito na dapat ay ini-implement on the ground, sa national, down to local government units, down to community. Adequate food. Pagka tayo po ng programa ng adequate food, ay nasa agriculture ang ating programa. Decent work, employment, decent shelter, pabahay for PAs. Quality and relevant education. Accessible to highest standard of health. Yan po yung mga tinitingnan. At yung another law that created NAPSI. Yan din ang pagtingin sa poverty, multi-dimension. Tingnan natin ang social dimension, economic dimension, ecological dimension, at governance dimension. At yan po yung tinitingnan namin ngayon. At sa tingin namin, yung peace process ay makakapag-enhance ng pagulad at paglaban sa kahirapan. Kanina meron tanong, what is the price of peace? The price of peace is underdevelopment or development for that matter. Kaya yung pong engagement ng National Anti-Poverty Commission ay pinapalakas natin ang participation, and I'm glad your organizations are actively participating with us. And they are in good hands as long as our policy is for unification. Maliliit po ang pagbabago ang ginawa namin. For example, sabi ko, baguhin natin ang pangalan ng ating opisina. Alam niyo naman po, pag secretary ang tawag ay OSEC, or Office of the Secretary. Sabi ko, tawagin natin Office of the Lead Convener. Let's honor the function, not the position. Bakit po? Kasi po sa NAPSI ay apat po yung aking title. By law, Lead Convener. By rank, Secretary. Tawagin ng Secretary na. By BBM, hinahanap nila, inialintulad kami sa NEDA. Director General. Tatlo na. Pero sabi ko po sa basic sector at sa ating mga kasama, ang gusto kong title ko ay Kalope. Hindi po nila mapigil na tawagin na akong secretary. Kaya tawag na lang nila sa akin ngayon, Kasek. Maraming salamat po.
It goes to Secretary Lopez Santos. And now, to talk us about defining the new narrative of our people, please.
Mga binibining, mga Ginoo, magandang hapon po sa inyo. Ako'y nagulantang. Noon kasing 207, binayag mas namin ang 80. Dumating sa Pilipinas ang isang political officer ni Nelson Mandela. At dinayagnos namin ang cross-section ng AAP. Nandito lang pala si Sir Lope. Sila pala ang nag-reorient ng AAP. Bakit ko nasabing nag-reorient? Kasi ang kaisipan from the brass, the simple clerk, cross-section pa, socialist, Marxist orientation. Kayo pala yun, sir, ha? Nahanap na rin. Anyway, that aside, basahin ko ang aking speech kasi gusto ko highfalutin language. Hindi ko kaya na magsalita dito na intro. Malamang mag-aalagwa ang pagsasabihin ko at nawawala ako sa mission. Anyway, I am deeply honored to speak here in the presence of friends, colleagues, and friends who have worked passionately and tenaciously for the betterment of this fellow man. Yet, I am also daunted to lay bare my soul before this gathering of my betters. Actually, hindi nga betters eh. Kasi ang nakita ko ngayon, alam nyo, gusto kong tumalon sa bintana kasi mga legend ko ang nandito. Yes! Hindi lang sila betters sa akin. Legends para sa akin. I hope that it would not be too much to ask that each and every one of us here today in this National Peace Advocates Summit is truthfully a searcher for a new reality that will help us achieve that seemingly elusive goal, which is peace. We have constructs in our minds on how to approach the attainment of such a precious goal. These constructs vary according to the life experiences of the beholder, according to your respective internal and external environment. So here we are, a collection of varied ideas, which has the potential of becoming either a beautiful symphony or a mere din from a flock of frightened geese. Ang daming reklamo kami, ang daming resentment ha? Nandun pa rin ba tayo sa resentment? Before we can compose a meaningful symphony, let's try to understand a vital part of the nature of man. To do that, let us provide a contrast by imagining a lion in the savannah. When it is hungry, it will hunt for food, using the tools that it was born with, such as sharp claws, great strength, acute sense of smell, etc. When this lion is hungry, it will use the faculty that we ordinarily call instinct. Instinct is a specific method, an algorithm, that is hardwired in the life-sustaining system of the living organism. When instinct fails, the organism dies. Keeping in mind the lion's instinct and its method of survival, let us consider man. When man is hungry, he can gather the wild berries around him. But the supply of berries gets exhausted really fast. So man relocates himself and ranges the prairies until the supply of this particular food also runs out. At this crucial time, unlike the lion who starves to death when its prey runs out, man searches for new types of food, supposing that he will find. supposing that he would have to hunt for what animals for food. How could he possibly outrun the nimbler gazelle or overpower the superior strength of a mammoth to successfully hunt wild animals, which are superior in physical endowments to man-made tools and traps? To be able to devise these implements, man needs to activate or use his faculty of reason. With the use of both faculties of instinct and reason, man is able to sustain his life. With instinct, the well-ordered society of ants are still living today in an ant hill. With both instinct and the occasional use of reason, man is able to depart from the caves into the luxurious living quarters of a penthouse in some skyscrapers. Indeed, it can be said that the faculty of reason enabled man to transcend the animal kingdom. But reason has an enemy. Please take it. Reason has an enemy. Imagine an ordinary man immobilized and gagged in a chair. That man will be so terrified that he can no longer use his faculty of reason. In this terrible scenario, that man will lose control of his most basic life-sustaining behavior. He will lose even his bladder control. He will lose his rationality and peace when he comes. Not just out of physical pain, but out of something more atavistic and primal, which is fear. You see, force, root, and naked force is the enemy of the faculty of reason. Brute force and all its variations, such as intimidation and deceit, stands diametrically opposed to reason. Today, the mere fact that we are gathered here as peace advocates, we stand diametrically opposed to the use of brute force in our dealings and relationships with our fellow men. Is that so? Are we opposed to the use of brute force? Are we?
Yes.
Remains to be seen. As I had mentioned a while ago, the well-ordered society of industrious ants are still living in an anthill, while man, using both his faculties of reason and instinct, has already ascended into the heights of the penthouse. It means that reason is directed towards the improvement of man's quality of life. For the lion, the ants, and the plants and animals, instinct enabled them to sustain their life and their species. Their lives, as nature dictates, is an algorithm of growth and repetition. But man, if his faculty of reason is allowed to function unhindered, will lead a life of endless possibilities that could only be summed as a better life. We have seen a number of systems in the world today and in the past based on force, intimidation, and deceit. Some of these systems presupposes that man is just a factor of production. Some presupposes that man is just a tool for another man. Some of these systems would even justify oppression, provided the oppressors are many. Again, some of these systems would even justify oppression, provided the oppressors are many. You know what that means, right? In our country today, I dare say that we have a master and slave society, and our institutions are crafted and designed to perpetuate such a system. What is tragic is that there are hypocrites and hypocritical movements who fashion themselves as liberators. Yet, if one would scrutinize their proposals and methods, one will find that the proposals of these demagogues and cliques are no different from the existing morals of the same master and slave society. Their proposals would eventually violate man's freedom to exercise his faculty of reason, thereby leading to tyranny and slavery. Let us imagine left, right, center. Anong pinagkaiba? Pare-pareho lang naman yung master and slave society ang proposal. Paano? Kasi po ang hadikain ng mga movements, ng mga political persuasions na ito ay centralization of power. At pag tayo ay nag-centralize ng power, ano po ang kasunod? Meron pong lalabas dyan na magsusuot ng crown. Let me emphasize that the faculty of reason will always lead us to an ever-increasing quality of life. If such is the case, given that its enemy is brute force, would it not be to our great advantage to abhor brute force? Would it not be to our great advantage if we abrogate the institutions that hinder the free exercise of reason? But where and how do we begin to exercise our rationality freely? What institutions and what fictions should we create so that we may reap the abundance that will naturally flow when the creative potentials of rational minds are finally free? Allow me to put forward this idea. There is nothing new in what I have to say. Actually, mas malalim ang pagkapresenta ng isang legend na si Father Ed. Ang lalim po, pero parang ganito din yun. We begin by recognizing that each of us are unique individuals. Then let us recognize that the synergy of our uniqueness will exponentially expand our sustainability. Let us therefore accommodate each other's ideas in individual views and practice plurality in the social and political milieu. Let us tolerate one another, accepting and even laughing even of the quirkiness of the man sitting next to us. Let us not only unify in diversity, rather, let us celebrate the diversity of minds of the members of the human race. Magandang hapon po sa inyo.
Thank you so much, retired Colonel Dong Tito. And to And now, let's proceed to our next speaker, who will talk about the role of faith and faith-based group for peace sustainability. He is a former political activist and revolutionary who became a Christian, peace builder, and leader. He has over 30 years of experience in community development and conflict transformation, especially with non-state actors, indigenous peoples, women, and youth. He has also led and participated in several projects, evaluations, and consultancy works related to peace and development. Please welcome the Director of Pakitlain Incorporated, Mr. Abel Moya.
Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. CEO style. Hello! Hello! Hi ang sagot. Hi! Hello! Muli, magandang hapon po. Much has been said about peace, faith, solidarity, and between the big P and small p. If I may ask respectfully with the organizer, I would like to share our experience, actual experience in conflict transformation at the ground. Pakitlain po ay isang local na language, Bisaya. Prefer namin na translate siya sa English na compassion. If there's one good thing na nangyari sa kauswagan, Lanao del Norte, 23 years ago, yung all-out war na then declared by President Estrada, yung birth ng Pakitlain. Yung po yung social context, the midwife that bring about the birth of Pakitlain. Kasi at that time, bumaba po yung Commander Bravo, inatake, nilusot ang munisipyo ng Kauswagan. Na shattered, dysfunctional ang LGU. Halos wala pong nag-ooperate. Pero yung na-observe po namin doon sa Kauswagan, ang natira na nag-take refuge yung mga tao, respectively, doon sa kanilang mga churches. Yung mga Christian pumunta sa St. Vincent Church, yung SDA, yung mga Muslim doon sa masjid at mga araw. Doon po nagkaroon ng idea na in bringing back and picking up the pieces in rebuilding Kauswagan, let's start with people with faith. So doon po ang unang board ng Pakitlain is mga religious leader. At the time, yung parish priest, si Father Reggie, ang naging unang chair ng Pakitlain. At yung meron kaming SDA, UCCP, Assembly of God, Anglican, and PIC. Yun po yung bumubuo ng board ng Pakitlain. At that time, isa lang po akong service provider, consultant ng LGSP din, SIDA, at na-assign sa Kauswagan. Nung nakita ko po yung mga religious leader na sinatry nila i-build back yung munisipyo with peace lens. And in that context, ay minabuti ko pong renew sa LGSP SIDA at kinuha ko po yung bilang project officers ng Pakitlain sa halagang 7,000 compared dun sa LGSP offer. So doon po nagsimula, 20 years ago, hanggang ngayon ako po ang naging director ng Pakitlain. With that, dahil naniniwala po kami, na-prove namin in 20 years na religion in any way is not part of the problem. It is not the divides of Mindanao, but rather, ito po yung bridge. Ulitin ko, yung religion and faith ay hindi divide ng Mindanao, but rather the bridge. So with that, we use that. Our faith is not just a faith. Yung religion namin, we use the faith as a tool of analysis in addressing so many conflict at the grounds. Meron pong dalawang dimensional conflict, the horizontal and vertical. Yung vertical yung po yung the government talking with the huge organized group. Yung horizontal. Yung pong horizontal, ang pinaka mahirap i-address. Yung po yung conflict at the community, the land conflict, relationship, interpersonal relationship, rito at the ground, the context of Mindanao. Yun po ang mahirap. Kasi yung horizontal conflict, pag hindi mo na-address, would also somehow trigger and become the vertical conflict. And the horizontal conflict would also undermine the horizontal negotiations if hindi mo rin natin. Malaka yung pag-navigate mo between understanding sa conflict, the dimension of conflict between the horizontal and the vertical conflict. We also use the tool of analysis provided to us by John Paul Lodora in identifying the conflict. Alam po natin, sometimes the way we see the problem is the problem. Kung paano po natin ina-analyze ang problema, yun po ang problema. Mali yung tools na ginagamit natin. Madaling sabihin ang solusyon, kapayapaan. Saan mo pinabase ang kapayapaan? Ano yung baseline mo? Saan mo hinuhugot yung analysis mo? That your solution is peace. You have to have a tool of analysis to be able to identify the right type of conflict. Sa John Paul Lodora na definition ng conflict, meron 4 types of conflict. Namely, is ideological conflict. Ito po yung isang body of knowledge na challenge yung status quo. We all that's the whole Islamia challenging the current status quo by presenting and claiming that there is a Islamic state. The communist movement providing the alternative society, the ND, the socialists, and etc. It's a body of knowledge among other things. That's ideological. Meron din mahalaga dun sa konteksto ng Mindanao yung identity-based conflict. Kung saan yung ating struggle and right to self-determination can also be associated as identity-based conflict. Yung identity, yung human dignity, yung respect, kailangan i-recognize, kaya otherwise, magkakaroon siya ng isang problema na tinatawag natin identity-based conflict. Ideological, identity-based, at yung po tinatawag natin na resource-based conflict, the RBC. Yung RBC po ay may 3 elemento. Kung merong imbalance between access, control, and utilizations, then you have a problem on RBC, resource-based conflict. Yung po, sa other language, yun po sinasabi na unequal distribution ng wealth. Yung sinasabi po natin tatsulok, and that's precisely the same language. By not using the old tatsulok on the RBC, problem on access, control, and utilization. Number 4, yung problem about policy. Even on the context of classification ng lupa ng ating katutubo ng IP, merong conflict between sino ba talaga mag-identify, the DNR, the IPRA, and among other things. Yung batas mismo ang problema as to the land classification. Boundary conflict can also be a questions of policy. So yung po, put that together, the 4 types of conflict in the context of land usur, and then that's a good recipe of Marawi seeds. Why we have Marawi seeds? It's not because about religion, it's not because about faith, it's because of the 4 types of conflict in Marawi. And put that also in Caraga, where there is IP and there's aggressions of mining, and there's also NPA providing a so-called alternative, then you have protracted war in Caraga, in the 4 types of conflict. So with that as your premise of identifying the conflict, ang tanong doon ay, anong solusyon? So, doon na po tayo. So meron din ang pakitay, meron din siyang path to reconciliations. At the end of the day, because we embrace peace, we use faith as our lens of tool of analysis, we use at the end of the day, anything would end up a reconciliation. Dun sa reconciliation, may 4 po na pillars. Ang number 1, na 4 pillars to affect para ma-achieve ang reconciliation, number 1 is truth. Merong pag-seek ng truth. Seek truth from facts. Sino nga nagsabi nun? Mao. Seek. So, kailangan may truth telling. Even dun sa transitional justice, ang pinaka-una yung truth telling. After dun sa truth telling, alam mo na sino yung may violations or may adverse party, and then kailangan na yung justice. Kaya sinasabi natin, justice should always be based on truth, justice, peace, and compassion. Yung apat na yun, inseparable to be able to achieve reconciliation based on your analysis of the conflict. And that's what we do in 23 years in Pakistan. We implement project on that framework. That's why in Kauswakan, we addressed the 24 hectares in Udara, where there is a camp in the past of Commander Bravo. We were able to break the biases and prejudices by bringing Bishop Edwin de la Peña, yung current chairman ng Pakitay ko. Dati po ang chairman ng Pakitay is Father Chito Sugano, pinakidnap sa Marawi. At unfortunately, namatay po siya at pinalitan po siya ng imagine sa Islamic City, merong cathedral, merong obispo. Siya po si Bishop Edwin de la Peña. Siya po yung chair. At dun sa activity po namin, napapasok na po namin siya sa Camp Bilal mismo. At bumukas na si Commander Bravo din. Ngayon, MP Makapaar, Member Parliament Makapaar. So, every Ramadan, meron na po kami activity with them. And with that, yung value lang, dahil yung topic ko ay about faith-based organizations, I would also like to share to you na kami po as Pakitdaid, mind you, may leverage po yung mga faith-based organizations. Dahil nga dun sa tayo ay mga faith-based organizations, hindi agad nare-red-tag. And mind you, nakaupo po kami as civil society organization sa Peace and Order Council sa Iligan. Nakaupo po kami sa Peace and Order Council sa Lanao del Norte, PPOC of Lanao del Norte. And we were able to influence them. And nakaupo din po kami sa Regional Peace and Order Council sa Region 10. Kasama po namin ang Balay Mindanao and the rest of the civil society. Ibig sabihin, anong ginagawa namin doon? It's not just about the space. We try to stretch the so-called shrinking democratic space within the government by providing the peace lens within the Peace and Order Councils. So dati, ang paningin lang nila sa Peace and Order, kung ilan yung peaceful, walang kidnapan, walang etc. But we try to convince them to conduct a workshop initiated or by the module coming from the OPA-PRO, yung tinatawag nila CSPP, Conflict Sensitive and Peace Promoting, doon sa loob mismo ng council, ng Iligan at ng Lanao. At ngayon, bumubuka na yung malawak nila na pagtingin sa peace. Na peace is not just about ilan yung nahuli, ilan yung na-kidnap, etc., but also defining peace on the framework of social cohesion, on the framework of unity and solidarity among the place. So yun po yung sa mga civil society organization na nandito, tingnan po natin na ang gobyerno ang bagong frontier ng ating pakikibaka. I-influence po natin. Nandito po yung NAPSI, napakalawak na leverage ng espasyo na binigay sa atin. We need to capacitate yung ating sarili. Hindi lang tayo uupo doon, pero kailangan tayong maging militante pa rin, pero nasa loob ng istruktura ng gobyerno. Hindi po namamatay at hindi mamamatay ang isang aktivista. An activist is always an activist, even within the structure and spaces within the government. At ngayon po, ay tayo din ang interim chair ng Iligan People's Council na pinipreside ang more than 50 civil society organization in Iligan, accredited at hindi, para buuin ang isang CSO desk within Iligan City. So isang espasyo din yun na mag-i-ensure ng pagdadala, pagbibit ng genuine and meaningful participations ng mga civil society organizations. Bakit po nagawa yun? Dahil in our case, ginamit namin leverage yung aming pagka-interfaith organization or faith-based organization. Siyempre, sa accreditation mo, application mo, hindi Abel Moya ang nakalagay doon. Kundi Bishop Edwin de la Peña. Negative yun. Kasi may study po ang UNDP, mataas pa rin ang respeto sa mga religious leaders kumpara sa mga, with all due respect, sa mga politician. So, yun po ang isang value ng civil society organization, particular ng faith-based, doon sa pag-engage ng gobyerno. Hindi lang pag-engage ng gobyerno, all the more dun sa structures ng peace process. Nakaupo din po kami ang paghindait doon sa camp transformation program structure mechanism ng Camp Pilar. So, ini-influence po din natin na sa usapin ng camp transformation, yung kampo na gagawing komunidad dapat ma-ensure ang boses ng kababaihan at boses ng kabataan. Ang pag-define ng camp transformations, dapat nandun ang boses ng kabataan at kababaihan. Dahil naniniwala po kami ang isang one cannot claim that the peace process is inclusive until and unless hindi nila in-involve ang kabataan. Dahil ang kapayapaan po na pinag-uusapan natin ngayon ay hindi na po tayo ang makikinabang. It takes a generation. Yung Bangsang Oral Negotiation, 17 years yung political settlement negotiation nila. Hindi lang isang presidente ang termino. So last po na point is I just would like also to provide peace and from the inward perspective. You can only give what you have. Ibig sabihin po nun, mahirap po na mag-espouse tayo at manawagan ng kapayapaan kung wala kapayapaan sa puso mo. Ang kapayapaan po ay nagsisimula sa atin. At makabibigay ka lamang ng kapayapaan kung meron kang kapayapaan sa puso mo. Kaya sabay-sabay po tayo na sabihin na ang kapayapaan ay magsisimula sa akin. One, ready, go. Ang kapayapaan ay magsisimula sa akin dahil ako ang kapayapaan. Magandang hapon po at magbuhay sa akin.
Now, our next speaker will delve deeper on how we can achieve sustainable peace and national prosperity. He is the head of the Consumers, Marketing, Producers, and Logistics Cooperatives Cluster. He has been a public servant for 30 years, holding various positions in the Senate, the National Youth Commission, the Office of the Mayor of Manila, and the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries, ARMN. He has received numerous awards and honors, including the Hero of the Year Award. He is also a Sultan of the Royal House of Bumunga Masjid in Lanao del Sur. Please give a warm round of applause to the Assistant Secretary and Board Member 3 of the Cooperative Development Authority, Honorable Datu Bendatun Disenyo.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Isang pagbati ng kapayapaan at pagpapala mula sa nag-iisang Diyos para sa ating lahat. Naway ang pagtitipon na ito ay kanyang gayaan na lahat ng ating mga iniisip na gawin, lalo na yung ating pagkakaisa para sa kapayapaan, ay tayo ay gabayan at tulungan ng nag-iisang Diyos. Una, nais ko unang pasalamatan ng mga tao o leaders na naging dahilan kung bakit nandito tayo. Siyempre, ang mga officers ng Political Officers League of the Philippines, POLPIL, sa pamumuno ng ating kaibigan, matagal ko na pong kaibigan, National President, former Administrator, former Executive ng CDA, former Executive Director ng National Youth Commission, former Presidential Assistant on Mindanao Affairs, Rodolfo Rudy Caneda. Thank you. Yan. Ating mga kasamahan, sila Elmer, si Noel, si Nato, at saka yung iba pa pong mga kasamahan nila na talagang walang tulog po na nag-prepare para magkaroon tayo ng isang napaka-importanting National Peace Advocate Summit. No? At ganoon din po yung mga leaders natin na nagbigay na narratives kanina. Talaga po napakaganda. Ngayon lang po natin maririnig yun. Personal. Parang naalala ko po nung inimita po namin din sila Nuri Suwari at sila Sim Salamat. Nung kami po yung mga kabataan pa, nag-aaral doon sa narratives po ng kanila din po struggle. Nung simula nila ang Moro National Liberation Front, naging MILF, hanggang ngayon po. No? At sila, ito kanyang mga kasama natin, na halos ilang taon po na binigay nila oras nila sa pakikibaka para sa isang lipunang tunay na mapayapa at maunlad para sa lahat ay hindi po yan madaling gawin. No? Na sharing nila Nilo Taya, nila Rodolfo Salas, ni Father Ed, halos buong pamilya nila ay nagsakripisyo para doon sa paniniwalang yun na magkaroon tayo ng isang lipunan na may tunay na kapayapaan ng kaunlaran para sa lahat. At yan po yan, ay hindi po yan nasa sayang yung sinimulan nyo. No? At meron din po kami noon, tulad natin ngayon na nangangarap tayo na sana ay mapakinggan na ang malakas na boses ng mamamayan mula sa mga civil society organizations, people's organizations na nagsasabi na kinakailangan na po talaga natin ng kapayapaan sa ating bansa. Sapagkat naniniwala tayo na pag may kapayapaan, tunay na kapayapaan, makakamit natin ang kaunlaran at katarungan. Nabanggit ni ka Lope kanina, mismo ang barn. 2018 po umupo ang MILF dahil nabigyan sila ng pagkakataon na sila ngayon ang mamuno sa barn upang sa ganon ay pagsilbihan nila bilang gobyerno ang mamamayang Bangsamoro na matagal na po taon o almost limang dekada na naghihirap dahil sa giyera. Pero dahil may kapayapaan, may peace agreement at mayroong ini-implement na peace agreement ay yung kahirapan ay bumaba. Ibig sabihin, nakatulong po yun sa pagbaba ng kahirapan na isa sa naging sanhi ng mga dahilan o naging dahilan bakit nagkaroon ng struggle or revolution ang Bangsamoro people noong panahon na yun. Yung sinyer nila kanina na pagbuo ng Kabataan Makabayan, 1964, wala pa po ko, hindi pa po ako pinapanganak noon. Pinanak po ako 1970. Pero natuwa ako dahil nabanggit ni Salas kanina ang partisipasyon ni Chairman Nuri Suwari. No? Kasi after po doon, noong 1968, ay kanya rin po itinayo yung Moro National Liberation Front. Although ang struggle ng Bangsamoro ay hindi lang po talaga nagmula noon. Dahil alam naman natin, dumating ang mga Kastila, mga Amerikano, mga Hapon, andyan ang Bangsamoro na ipaglaban ay kailanman ay hindi nasakop ng mga mananakop na bansang yan. Magkasama nga namin sa bansang Pilipinas, sabi nga na pilit na isinama. Pero dahil yan po yung dahilan na kung bakit may imminent na noon ang layunin ay secession, paano makiwalay sa Pilipinas. Dahil doon sa history na yun, na talaga naman hindi kasama ang Bangsamoro. Pero, dahil nandun na yung realidad, at lumipas ang panahon, lalong lumala sa diskriminasyon, pagturing bilang second class citizen ng bansa Pilipinas, at pagkawala ng mga developments. Imagine nyo po yung binanggit ni Moya, karamihan po sa lupa namin sa Mindanao, marami lang. Almost 60% po under military reservation. Kasi noong mga panahon na yun, makita lang yan. Ito, declare natin military reservation to. Pag-aari na ng gobyerno. Pero bago nila i-declare yun, wala ba nagmamayari? Meron po nagmamayari. So, ang mismo naging land grabber niyan ay ang gobyerno na mismo. Pero nagpapasalamat tayo dahil itong nakaraang gobyerno at nakaraang gobyerno sa ngayon ay kanila pong itinatama yung historical injustices na nagawa sa mga kapatid ng Bangsa Moro. At ito po ay sa pamagitan ng panahon ni President Duterte, yung mga lupa na yun na na-declare na military reservation na hindi naman ginagamit po ng military ay binabalik na ngayon sa mamamayan mga Moro, particular sa Marawi City. At yan ay pinagpatuloy ng administration ni President Bongbong Marcos. At kami po, no, kung meron po masyadong nahirapan nung panahon na may giyera, nung martial law, hanggang bago magkaroon ng peace agreement, ay ang Moro po. 120,000 po ng mga tao, mamamayan, ang namatay sa 4 na dekadang giyera. At doon sa 120,000 na matay na mamamayan, karamihan po dyan ay inosenteng civilian. Hindi imminent members, hindi imminent. Ako mismo, ang pamilya mismo namin, hindi po kami membro ng MNLF o MILF. Civilian po kami. Pero 2 beses nasunog ang bahay po namin noong dekada 70 sa Lanao del Sur dahil sa giyera. Ako, 2 beses din ko po naranasan tumira sa evacuation center noong mga panahon na yun na napakahirap po ng sitwasyon dahil umaasa ka sa tulong ng tao ko, ng mamamayan o sino ang gobyerno na darating para bigyan ka ng relief goods. Minsan, isang beses ka na lang kumain sa evacuation center. Napakahirap po. Naranasan po namin yan ng 4 na dekada. No? Kaya ganun lamang po ang aming pagpupursige na manawagan ng kapayapaan. Noon, tulad natin ngayon, imposible mangyari yan. Pero kami po, nung kami estudyante, nung mga panahon na yon, dahil sa gera, 2 beses po na nasunog ang bahay namin nung sa dekada 70, 1979, lumipat na po kami sa Manila. Sabi ng mga magulang ko, huwag na natin hintayin, magtayo-tayo ulit ng bahay, masunog naman. At dito po ako lumaki sa Manila. At dito rin po ako nagtapos ng elementary, high school, college. No? Pero nung nanirahan kami rito, hindi po nawala sa puso namin, particular ang inyong lingkod, na manawagan at sumali sa mga organization, people's organization na nananawagan ng kapayapaan sapagkat damang-dama namin ang hirap pag mayroong giyera, ang hirap na naranasan ng mga kababayan natin. Itong mga kapatid natin, yan, kanina, taga-Mindanao, tuwa-tuwa ko, si Dr. Darwin Manumpang ng Iligan, si Abel Moya, lagi ko po yan nakakasama sa ating advocacy para sa lasting peace sa Mindanao. In fact, doon sa Marawi, sila po, papasalamat kami sa kanila sapagkat pakita natin dahil ito pong gumawa ng Marawi Seeds po, gusto ko lang pong linawin at lagi namin sinasabi na mga ISIS o multi-group ay naliligaw po yan ng landas. Ginagamit o ina-interpret nila ang utos ng Islam sa maling interpretasyon. At ang pumatay ng inosenteng sibilyan, anuman ang reliyon mo, hindi po yan pinapayagan sa Islam. So yung pinakita nila, harap-harapan sa internet, sa TV, sa buong mundo ng mga sibilyan, pinapatay nila, binabaril nila. Wala po yan sa utos ng Islam. Tulad ng aming napag-usapan sa mga kapatid natin Christians, mga padre pa noon, sabi namin, gusto ito i-create na magalit kayo ng mga Christians para maging religious war. Pero ang problema po sa Mindanao, hindi po tungkol sa religion. Kaya kami po, ayun po nais na. Kaya ang ginawa po namin ay nagkaisa ang mga Muslim, religious leaders at ang mga pare. Kami po ay nagkaroon ng malalaking rally sa Iligan na ipakita ang pagkakaisa ng Muslim at Christian laban sa mga terorista nila. Yan po yung ginawa namin ang dyan sa left. Even yung NGOs ng Iligan at mga iba pang mga lugar ay sa Mindanao ay tumulong po. So, ngayon po, paano po natin ma-sustain? Paano po kami ay tuwang-tuwa sapagkat ngayon po ay andyan na yung mga revolutionary Moro groups na katuwang na ng pamahalaan para magbigay ng serbisyo sa ating mamamayan. Wala na kaming inihintay pa ng mga leaders. Ito na yun, sabi namin sa ating mga kapwa Moro, na ito na yung panahon. Pag lumipas pa ito na hindi natin makamit ang tunay at pangmatagalang kapayapaan at kaunlaran ng ating lugar. Wala na tayong hihintay pa. Babalik naman tayo sa mga leaders na pang-personal na interes ang kanilang layunin, hindi kung paano i-develop o makamit ang tunay na kapayapaan sa lugar natin. Kasi ilang dekada na yan. Ngayon lang na talagang unti-unti na ramdaman ng mamamayan ng Moro ang tawag dito, ang gobyerno sa aming mga lugar. Pero kami, ang ginawa po namin, yung civil society organization, ang mamamayan, napakalaki po na magagawa natin o role na magagawa natin para makamit natin yung kapayapaan. Para ma-sustain natin. Dahil sinasabi noon ng mga MNLF, MILF na nakikipaglaban sila dahil sa Bangsamoro people. Kami nagkaisa noon dahil papunta kami sa giyera dahil alam namin na hirap na yung mamamayan. Kami na ang nanawagan sa kanila na kayo ay makipag-usap sa gobyerno sapagkat ito ang gusto ng Bangsamoro people. Makipag-usap kayo, siyempre gusto nila secession. Pero ipinarating na mamamayang Moro na ang realidad ay mahirap yan makamit. Pero pwede natin makamit ang kapayapaan at kaunlaran ng Bangsamoro. I-reforma lang natin ang struktura at ang gobyerno at lagyan natin ng mga leaders na may tunay na takot sa Diyos, may tunay na pagmamalasakit sa kaunlaran ng Bangsamoro at ng kapayapaan. At yan po ngayon yung nangyari. Kaya tayo rin po rito ngayon, huwag po tayong mawalan ng pag-asa. Kahit nakikita natin mahirap ang MILF, sabi nga ni Abel, 17 years po sila nag-usap. 17 years din po kami walang tigil na nakasubaybay at nananawagan sa kanila na ituloy nyo pa rin ang pag-uusap sapagkat mas maiging mag-usap kayo ng 17 years kaysa magkaroon ng gera na libo na naman po mamamayan, inosenteng mamamayan ang maapektuhan. So yan po, kaya doon sa hindi tayo nawala ng pag-asa, napirmahan din po ang peace agreement at nandyan po. Tulad ngayon, papasalamat kami sa kasalukuyang Pangulo, President Ferdinand Marcos. Alam niyo rin po kung gaano nasaktan, nahirapan, or yung mga mamamayang Moro ng panahon ng Marcos. Dahil itong pagbalik ni pag-upo ni President Bongbong Marcos ay siyempre kinabahan yung mga Moro, mamamayang Moro kung ano ang gagawin. Lalo na ang MILF leadership noon, iba pa ang sinuportahan, Presidente. Pero dahil nanawagan ang mamamayang Moro na kailangan masustain yung kapayapaan, dahil mayroong pa kailangan i-implement sa agreement, ay nakinig po ang ating pamahalaan, ang ating Pangulo, na yung mga dati nang nakaupo dyan sa Bangsamoro government, ng mga MILF, po pwede po palitan yan ng Presidente, Bongbong Marcos, yung mga nakaupo sa Bangsamoro Transition Authority. Pero ano ang pinili ng ating Pangulo? Sinustain po niya ang peace dahil may peace agreement na napirma ng gobyerno ng MILF. Ipinagpatuloy niya, nire-appoint niya ang halos lahat ng mga MILF recommendees sa Bangsamoro Transition Authority. Nang sa ganoon ay matuloy-tuloy na po ang kapayapaan sa Bangsamoro. Kaya labis ang aming pasasalamat sa ating Pangulong Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos. Sa tingin ko po, mayroon din po tayong pag-asa ngayon. Sapagkat nakita niyo po, na bago pa lang, na meron po pronouncement ay pagpatuloy ang pakikipag-usap ng pamahalaan sa CPP-NPA o sa NPA. No? So, i-capitalize po natin yan na tayo na nandito ngayon ay huwag po tayong bumitaw. Lalo natin palakasin ang ating pagkakaisa at iparating natin sa kanila na kinakailangan na namin ang kapayapaan sa bansang Pilipinas. Nang sa ganun, makamit natin ang pambansang pagkakaisa, pambansang kaunlaran, at ganun din ang sustainable peace sa ating lugar. Maraming salamat po. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Asik Datu, Pendata, Isimban, and the rest of the speakers.
Kapatid, ganito ho kagagaling ang mga opisyal ng Polfield. Si Captain ho, ang national chairman ng Polfield. Si Calopeo ang vice president ng Polfield.
So, and you know, meron pa yung pinaka, is the undersecretary na may napuntang isang yung program. At salamat Kapeni. Thank you.
Once again, thank you so much for our speakers, Asik Datu Bedatu Simban, Secretary Lopez Santos, Retired Police Colonel Don Chico, and Mr. Abel Moya. We have learned how we can achieve our aspirations and actions for the future and how we can ensure sustainable peace and national prosperity. At ngayon, ating pag-usapan ang mga natutunan natin sa pangatlong track at kung paano natin ito magagamit sa ating pagpapatuloy ng kapayapaan sa bansa. To moderate our panel discussion, please welcome our Reputation Management Consultant, Mr. Billy San Juan.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Gising na gising pa yata ang ating ora de peligro, pero gising na gising dahil sa mga mabigating mga speakers natin dito sa track na to. Kanina pinag-usapan yung peace as a path to justice, pero ngayon ang pinag-usapan yung peace as a path to development.
Next panelist is the chairman of Beluro Industries Incorporated, chairman of the Quezon City Council of Sectoral Representatives, QC, CSR, Mr. Brian Luke. And our last panelist is a college professor and freelance campaign manager at City University of Marikina, Professor Alexander De Luna. And joining our panel discussion, welcome back to the stage, Secretary Lopez Santos, Retired Colonel Don Chico, Mr. Abel Moya, and Honorable Pendato Desimban. Also joining is Attorney Ernesto Arellano, Chairman of National Confederation of Labor.
Simulan natin yung diskusyon. Medyo kanina, exciting talaga yung mga binanggit ng mga ating mga speakers tungkol sa kapayapaan at ang path sa development, no? Poverty alleviation. So, first of all, I would like to call on Brian Lu, to introduce himself and siguro shoot the first question.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. No? Sir, allow me to introduce first my organization, no? The National Economic Protectionism Association. It's an organization that has been at the forefront of advocating protectionism for local development, economic nationalism, and patriotism since 1934. Matagal na kami. And NEPA has long been committed to promoting the interests of the Filipino businesses and industries, advocating the policies that prioritize the well-being of the nation and its people. So NEPA's vision is not just one of economic growth, but also of inclusive and sustainable development and benefits for all Filipinos. So allow me to reaffirm our dedication to enhancing our collaboration for peace and progress. NEPA stands united with all of us here in this noble pursuit, aligned with the objectives of the National Peace Advocates Summit. So may I invite our esteemed speakers to share insights on fostering meaningful participation in economic development, nationalism, and patriotism as a crucial avenue towards achieving lasting peace.
Sinong gustong mag-respond? Lopez.
Yeah, siguro yung ating National Anti-Poverty Action Agenda, this is anchored with the Philippine Development Plan. itong Philippine Development Plan na to ay naka-anchor din sa Ambition 2040. At yung industrialization, yung nationalist economy is part of it. No? Yung kasama ng Ambition 2040 ay sinasabi doon na dapat by 2040 ay wala nang mahihirap. Zero poverty. And we have another target by 2030 na dapat ay na-achieve natin yung ating commitment sa Social Development Goals, so Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. At si President Bongbong Marcos ay may target na by 2018 ibaba yung poverty incidence from 18.7 to 9%. So malalaki yung target at nandun yung malalaking economic program. At pagdating dun sa poverty, focused poverty reduction programs, we conducted inventory of poverty reduction among the national government agencies, and we accounted for a budgeted of more than 260 billion pesos in 2023, at mas malaki yan ngayong 2024. So yung nationalist economics, yung protectionism ay dapat nandyan. For example, one big item for focus anti-poverty programs is the school-based feeding program from 5.7 billion to 11.8 billion. Ang laman niyan pagdating sa implementation ay ipapatronize natin ang local dairy industry, which currently NDA and PCC and local dairy industry can supply only 80%. With the double budget, ang deficit na natin dyan will become more than 50%. So, merong malaking opportunities within our national programs for the intervention of businesses and dun sa paglago ng ating national economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Kalope. Pero gusto kong i-throw yung question kay Colonel Dong. Yung binabanggit mong new narrative para sa atin, para sa kapayapaan, ano yung role niya sa economic development?
Okay. Nice question. Anyway, nabanggit na rin lang yung poverty. Kaya hindi pa tayo nagtatanong kung ano yung on the other side of poverty, which is wealth. What is the cause of wealth? Siyempre, wealth creation. Dito ba? Ngayon, paano maka-create? Yung mga creators, lahat tayo kasi creators. Ang potential natin to create values, hindi natin pwedeng lagyan ng cap. Yung potential natin maging creator values is approaching kagaya na rin ng Diyos. Wala, ano siya, infinite. Ang problema po, ganito. Nagbumawa tayo ng mga institutions that perpetuate violence. Eh, pag tinatakot mo ang tao, hindi na makapag-isip. Diba? Tinatakot mo eh. So, paano pa maka-create yan? Tapos, dada tayo ng poverty. Tayo nung pala ang nanganakot sa mga kapwa natin tao. Diba? Gawa tayo ng highfalutin na programa. Tayo rin naman pala may gawa. Which reminds me, usapan namin doon sa likod, yung mga kasama kong taga-Davao. Meron kasi tao, sumasakit ang tiyan. Tapos dumating yung mga experts, doctors, kung ano-ano nang nireseta sa kanya. No? Halos nabulok na yung bituka niya dahil kung ano-ano nang gamot ang binigay sa kanya, pinaiinom sa kanya. Yung pala, alam niyo bakit sumasakit ang tiyan? Nung tinanong siya, bakit sumakit ang tiyan mo? Eh kasi po, tatlong araw natin hindi kumakain. Imagine, gumagawa tayo ng solution, hindi natin tinanong yung may karanasan kung bakit siya nagkaganyan. Yun lang. Maraming salamat. Mr. Arellano, respond.
Ang una kong samahan ay Kilusang Mayulo kay Emil. Ang pangalawa kong samahan ay Labor Advocates for Workers' Interest, Lawin. Ang aming agenda ay ilipat ang kapangyarihang paggobyerno sa nakararami. Ako'y peace advocate. Pero ang unang rekisito ng kapayapaan ay walang pagsasabantala. Pangalawa ay merong equitable distribution ng wealth, opportunities, and income. Ito ay nabanggit kanina ng ating professor sa Mindanao State University. Equitable distribution of opportunities. Pangalawa ay income at saka wealth. Tanong ko sa inyo, kung ang isang mataas na opisyal ng pamahalaan ay merong 350 hectares dito sa Metro Manila na pwedeng pagtayon ng isang syudad. Pero meron namang libo-libong informal settlers na wala pang 20 square meters na pagtatayuan ng bahay. Ano ang kapayapaan? Pwede ba magkaroon ng kapayapaan? Yung isang kliyente ko, ako isang advogado, ay pinapaalis sa kanyang tirahan dito sa Holy Spirit. Meron siyang 50 square meters. Sino ang nagpapaalis? Yung mga tagapagmana, yung yumaong mag-asawang Senator Antonino. At ang titulo ng lupang ginagamit ay spurious. Nagkaroon siya ng titulo dahil gumamit ng isang degree para sa lupa sa Quezon Province. Pero yung lupa na kinukuha niya ay nandyan sa Holy Spirit. Paano nangyari yun? Kababasa ko lang doon sa dyaryo na si Senator Estrada ay convicted sa bribery pero acquitted sa plunder. Lahat na naakusahan ng paglustay ng kanilang pida ay acquitted. Kaya ang paborito naming kanta sa seminar ay Tatsulok. Dahil 6% lang sa total 61 million voters noong 2019 ang nasa tuktok, nasa gobyerno. At yung 94% ay nasa ilalim. Wala. Kailan pwede, dito ba under this givens, pwede kayo magkaroon ng kapayapaan? Kaya dis-advocate ako ng kapayapaan. Meron akong nung isang araw na ako inimbitahan na maging member ng panel of reactors. Sabi ko, saan ba yan? Political officers. Sabi ko, political officers. Hindi ako lang narinig. Pero ang binanggit nila, ang mga speaker dyan ay si Nino Tayan. Si Rodolfo Salas at si Ed De La Torre. Kilala ko yung tatlo nila. Sige. Matatabo yung aking encounter with Rodolfo Salas dahil siya ang naging manager ng Pampanga Electric Cooperative. Inirekomenda namin na siya ang magiging manager sa PECO dahil kilala ko siya. E nung nagkaroon ng negotiation, may deadlock. So, hindi namin na-resolve. Paano i-resolve yan? Dahil ang kanilang iniintok, management prerogative ito. Anong hahantungan yan? Gerard, welga. Pero dahil magkakilala kami, peace na lang.
Maraming salamat, Atty. Arellano. Ngayon po, tawagin po natin si Professor Alexander para ibigay ang kanyang katanungan sa ating panelist.
Ako po si Alexander De Luna, isang guro sa pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Marikina. Gayun din po ako po ay ang kasalukuyang Pangulo ng PLMAR Faculty Association, isang unyon ng mga guro sa PLMAR o sa pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Marikina. At nagkataon po sa Peace Summit na ito, napakagandang pagkakataon. Ako rin po ay buo po sa RTIPC, no? Sa Regional tanong sa mga speakers, no? Gusto ko po mag-share ng insight sa mga sana pakinggan ko po kanina. No? Ang gagaling ng mga speakers natin, sabi ni Rudy kanina, na-observe ko po yung mula sa simula, no? At hindi po ako masyadong gumagalaw dun sa likod. Gusto ko pong makinig at matuto. Kahit po tayo guru na, lagi tayong handang matuto sa mga napapakinggan natin. Una, natutunan ko po, no, yung mula nung ako'y college, hindi po na alala siguro ni Cal Lope, sa focus sa mga nabinyagan niya nung time na yun sa Kilusang Philippines mo. No? At may pagkakataon, nakakasama ko si Canilo sa Marikina at siyempre si Ka Roger, no, sa ilang mga advokasya, no, mga electoral process din at the same time. So nakita ko po, no, napakahalaga ng partisipasyon ng mga basic sectors. Ako rin po naging civil society organization representative sa Marikina ng 3 taon. Napakahalaga ng mga sektor ay kabahagi, no, ng paglikha ng mga polisiya at sa pag-implement ng mga proyekto. Ganyan din po, yung napakinggan ko po, no, yung inclusivity. Dapat malawak ang people's participation. Mula po sa simula kanina, kay Cal Lope hanggang kay Penny na lecture, na tinidiin doon, in-emphasize yung diversity, inclusivity, sapagkat sa pamamagitan nun, lalo natin maaabot, no, yung lasting peace. At siguro po panghuli, na kita ko po, no, na mahalaga yung pagtugon. Na sa isang lipunan, mahalagang matugunan, maproteksyonan yung karapatang pantao. Sapagkat naniniwala po ko yung kapayapaan ay produkto ng mga karapatang pantao. Kapag ito po ay natutugunan, napoproteksyonan, nagagampanan, mas less, no, yung mga karahasan. At the same time, yung pag-resolve ng conflict, maaabot ito peacefully. Yun po, maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat, Professor Alexander. At panghuling, maikli lang. Gusto ko lang makuha yung mga maikling reaction from Abel and Asik Penny. Tungkol, kasi kanina pinag-usapan yung faith. So ano yung role talaga ng faith communities para sa kapayapaan?
One, sinabi ko kanina, faith at this point, beacon of clarity, provide us clarity and wisdom. And number two, bridge building. We also said it. But before that, if I may also, I would like also to recognize Kanuel, yung chairman ng kadena namin sa national. Ako po yung vice sa Mindanao. Okay. Ate Penny.
Yes, napakahalaga po, sir, no? At sa amin, yung aming mga religious leaders, ay siya po yung bibigay at gagabay sa amin, lalo na kung ano ang katuruan ng Islam. So, mahalaga po yun, no? Lalo na sa pagpapakita ng pagkakaisa ng anumang reliyon upang isulong ng kapayapaan. Nais ko rin po samantalang yung pagkakataon dito, no? Kasi ako po ang Assistant Secretary sa Cooperative Development Authority. Yung aming pong ahensya, lahat ng kooperatiba na inirehistro ay sa aming pong ahensya. So, meron po kami regional offices sa buong Pilipinas. Kung meron po kayong concern, kasi sa pagpaparehistro po ng inyong cooperative ay handa po ang aming opisina para tumulong po. No? Sapagkat yung gobyerno ngayon, even DA, DAR, iba pa, ay ini-encourage yung mga people's organization na mag-organize, mag-convert sila sa isang kooperatiba nang sa ganon directly na may bigay ng gobyerno ang tulong sa kanila. No? Yung livelihood assistance, yung paano sila matulungan. Kasama ko rin po dito ang National President ng COOP Pinas CMPL, si Dr. Ryan Andy Pason. Katulong po natin sa pagpapalaganap ng kooperatiba sa buong Pilipinas. Thank you.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga speakers at panelists. And po ang ating track ngayon. Maraming salamat sa inyong pag-speakers.
Thank you so much, everyone, for a meaningful discussion about sustainable peace and national prosperity. Now, let's take this time to show our utmost appreciation for our panelists and speakers. You will be receiving a certificate of appreciation. Our panelists, Mr. Brian Liu, next, Ms. Professor Alexander De Luna, Attorney Ernesto Arellano, our speakers, Secretary Lopez Santos, Retired Police Colonel Don Chico, Mr. Abel Moya, and Honorable Pendato de Silva. Also calling Mr. Rudy Cañeda and Mr. Rick Serrano for the photo op. Once again, thank you to our moderator, panelists, and speakers for track 3, Sustainable Peace and National Prosperity. And now, to discuss forging active peace across the nation, please welcome the Undersecretary of Presidential Management Staff, Honorable Mark Jimenez. Let's give him a round of applause.
To the League's Chairman Emeritus, Mr. Ricardo R. Serrano, to the National President, Mr. Rodolfo Cañeda, to the Secretary General, my kababayan, Engineer Billy Roselio, to other officers of this league, and to all participants present in this summit today, Also to the speakers that came before me and I think have left. Once again, good afternoon. As a civil servant working for the presidency, it is my honor to address you today on a topic that is of utmost importance, forging peace in our community. Last year, in celebration of the National Peace Consciousness Month, President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. spoke of the importance of restoring peace in areas of conflict and the role of the government that the government plays in achieving it. He mentioned the significant factors that lead the country towards peace and security, highlighting the whole of nation approach. Through the whole of nation approach, all of the government agencies work together along with the armed forces of the Philippines and the local chief executives to deliver essential services and bring government closer to the people. The presidential management staff, with its regional presence, using our field units or sub-central units, has always been on top of keeping the president abreast of the anti-insurgency efforts in the region. We have maintained strong collaborative cooperation with line agencies to provide the presidency with timely and relevant data. For decades, our nation has battled through many communist acts of terrorism and has been fighting towards an insurgency-free nation. In a world that is constantly plagued by conflicts, violence, and discord, it is our duty as leaders to work toward creating a peaceful and harmonious community. We should come together and take collective responsibility to create an environment where people can live without fear and in harmony with one another. Peace is not just the absence of war, violence, or conflict, but it is about creating a community where everyone has equal rights and opportunities, where diversity is celebrated, and where conflicts are resolved through dialogue and understanding. We also acknowledge that peace cannot be achieved overnight. It requires continuous effort and a long-term commitment from all of us. As leaders, we must lead by example and show our community that we are willing to work together toward the common goal of peace. One of the key elements in forging peace is promoting inclusivity and addressing the root causes of conflicts. We must ensure that every member of our community has a voice and feels valued. Let us work towards addressing issues such as poverty, inequality, and discrimination, which are often the underlying causes of conflict. Another crucial aspect of creating peace is through education. By educating our youth about the importance of peace and instilling in them the values of respect, empathy, and tolerance, we can create a generation that is committed to building a peaceful society. Furthermore, we must also strengthen our partnership with neighboring communities and organizations that share the same aspirations of peace. By working together, we can share resources, ideas, and best practices and create a stronger and more united front against violence and conflict. Finally, I urge every one of us to take an active role in promoting peace in our community, whether it is through simple acts of kindness, volunteering for peace-building initiatives, or participating in community events that promote unity. We are all part to play in creating a peaceful nation. In conclusion, let us remember that peace is not just a destination, but a continuous journey. It requires effort, commitment, and collective will. Together with our dear President, let us all commit to working towards forging peace in our community and our nation. Let us all join hands and strive towards creating a society where peace and harmony prevail. Join us in our journey to the bagong Pilipinas. Mabuhay ang bagong Pilipinas. Salamat sa inyo lahat.
Thank you, Yusek Mark Jimenez. Before you go, we would like to show our utmost appreciation for being part of this momentous event by giving you a certificate of appreciation to be given by Mr. Rudy Cañeda and Mr. Rick Serrano. Thank you once again, Yusek Mark Jimenez, Mr. Rudy Cañeda, and Mr. Rick Serrano. The National Peace Advocate Summit 2024 is sponsored by Montes Prime Vista Land Development in Zubig, Zambales, and Freeway, with our official media partners, TNT and News Channel.
TNC
Good afternoon. We may be requesting everyone to take your seats, settle down, and we will be moving on to the fourth track. Once again, i-invite ko namin ang lahat ng studio para po mag-explain tayo sa Now, let's get ready to be ready as we listen to the final track for today. Let's discover how we can enrich our own potentials, create a better world for ourselves and for others. The title of this track is Our Highest Potential as a Couple. Our first speaker for the current track will discuss youth and business development as a cornerstone of a prosperous Philippines. She is the managing director of Inspire PH, a digital media company that empowers social entrepreneurs. She is one of the 10 global leaders of Truly Together, a movement that promotes interfaith dialogue and countering violent extremism. She is the daughter of a Catholic father and a Muslim mother, and a role model for young peace builders. Please give a warm round of applause to the founder of CRISP Foundation, Ms. Araiza Novi.
So, good afternoon everyone. Magandang hapon po. Ako po si Ariza, and I'm very honored to be with you all today. Okay, so they're just taking a minute to get my slides. Pero para magsimula, para medyo may icebreaker po tayo, pahingi naman po ng hep-hep! Hooray! Game ka na ba? Okay, ito yung ginagawa namin sa mga events namin ng mga bata. So, game din naman pala mga adults. Sige po. Young at heart naman po tayo lahat. And it's a timely observation because my presentation is about how young people, young Filipinos are working towards peace for themselves and for the country. Okay, ito po. Alright, I want to start by coming from a very personal perspective. My name is Ariza, and ang session ko po today will be a bit of storytelling. Storytelling about my life, my parents' life, what I've done, and what I intend to do as a young Filipino. So, coming off from the theme of today, lumaki po ako thinking na ang realidad sa Pilipinas, ang norm sa Pilipinas ay gera at hindi kapayapaan. At ito po ay dahil ang aking family is from Mindanao. My mom is a Tausug from Sulu, and my dad is a Catholic from Zamboanga. My parents were actually, displaced or moved out of their homes because of the conflict. My mom, for instance, from a small island called Shasi in Sulu, was driven off by things that happened in Sulu, like the burning of Colom and other things. My dad and his family in Zamboanga have experienced conflict. Yung mismo kong lola nakatanggap ng bullet, bala, sa mill as a threat to her, possibly being kidnapped. I have relatives who know people who have become child soldiers ng mga kababata nila. And even my own family, we moved here to Manila to seek a better life. And tingnan naman po natin yung big picture. And we've been talking about this for the whole day today. This is the Global Terrorism Index for 2020. It lists the countries that are most vulnerable to terrorism. And number 10 po tayo. Medyo tumaas na po tayo in some places these days. So nasa 16 or 17 na po tayo. But ito pong top 10, hindi po ito yung top 10 na gusto natin. Gusto natin top 10 sa Miss Universe, gusto natin top 10 sa class. Pero sa Global Terrorism Index, gusto ba natin? Hindi. At yan po ang problema. But my family offered a different perspective. My parents approached this problem, peace and conflict, from a position of hope. And that hope comes from love. Ang pagmamahal ay makapangyarihan na bagay. Agree? Sino po dito in love? Usually teenagers po yung tinatanong ko, pero masaya po ako na maraming in love dito. My parents started their journey of peace from love. My mom, who is Muslim, and my dad, who is Catholic, come from conservative families. So actually, when they started seeing each other, pareho pong pamilya ay hindi masaya. But love wins in the end, and I'm happy to say that my parents are still married after more than 25 years. And more than that, may tatlo po silang anak who they taught both religions. So ang family po namin ay hybrid. Ang family po namin ay multi-religious. Ang family namin, we consider it to be both Muslim and Catholic. Ako po personally ay isang Catholic. But my sister, actually, she identifies herself as Muslim because that's where she finds her heart. And that's the freedom that my parents gave us. They taught us both religions, the prayers, the lessons, the values. And we had the freedom to choose, as we came of age, which religion we most found our heart in. And they always emphasize that this is the journey and this is your personal journey. And they also emphasize na kahit ano man ang pananampalataya mo, ang values mo pa rin bilang isang tao ang mas mahalaga. Agree? Okay. So, that is my reality. I'm in that middle, between the cross and the crescent moon, and between the two stories of Islam and Christianity in this country that for not even just decades, but centuries, have been experiencing conflict, tension, etc., instability. And we wanted to find a way out of it. And to find a way out of it, we started a non-profit organization called CRIS. Cristiano Islam Peace Library, or CRIS for Peace. So ano ba ang CRIS? CRIS started in 2008 by building libraries, providing scholarships, and donating books and school supplies to young people affected by conflict and poverty in the country. So ang pinaka-solution po namin for peace is education. Why? Ako po ay isang scholar ng bayan, from high school to university. Pumunta po ako sa Philippine Science High School, and then sa University of the Philippines bilang Oblation Scholar. Halos wala po akong binayad for 10 years of education. And I can say that that is the most pivotal and transformational thing that has happened in my life. So education as a tool to transform people also transforms communities. So in the past years, we're very happy that we've been able to reach out to thousands of young Filipinos through our programs. And I won't go into too much detail, but just to show you some of the activities we've had, this is a mobile library that we had in Patikul, Sulu, where baka alam niyo po, there was the incident before of terrorists beheading some public school teachers in Patikul. So we did this in partnership with the Marines. We also had libraries in different areas of the Philippines, especially in Mindanao, where we encourage both young Filipinos who are Muslim and Catholic and IPs and other religions and other backgrounds to come together in our libraries. Ang nakakatuwa nga po, in some areas, makikita mo na minsan nagahati pa sila. yung mga Muslim na bata nandito sa side na to, yung mga Katoliko bata nandito sa side na to. Pero through time, through the activities we have, like storytelling, book reading, nagsisimulan na po silang mag-come together and to create those friendships that build the foundation of peace. So ito po, ang iba po namin mga scholars as well. So bilang scholar ng bayan, I thought it was a requirement to also be able to provide that scholarship opportunity to other students. So we're very happy that in the past years, we've been able to provide 400 scholarship grants from preschool to college for several students, particularly in Mindanao. And may mga advocacy campaigns din po kami. Like this is for the World Hijab Day, which is celebrated every 1st of February. And we've also had galleries in different areas of the Philippines talking about peace, unity, diversity through photography and through art. And because of the work that we've done in the Philippines, we're very honored to be part of a global network working to prevent violent extremism and promote peace with young people at the forefront. And ang tawag po dyan sa network na yan ay Extremely Together. Extremely Together was started by none other than the late former Secretary General Kofi Annan, and I had him as a mentor. So si Kofi Annan, big as he is, the person that you see in history books, on the Discovery Channel, on all of these prestigious events and publications, Kofi Annan believed in young people. Ang sabi po niya sa amin, in face-to-face, sabi niya sa amin, you are never too young to lead, and our generation may have failed, but yours cannot. So yan po ang naging challenge niya sa amin, to take up the mantle in taking up the responsibility of peace building and to put more young people at the forefront. So ito po ang ginagawa namin. Worldwide, Extremely Together has events train young people on peace building, and we will start chapters of youth advocates across the world. And I'll show you some of our activities. So we've had webinars, we've had training programs to train young people about peace building in Zamboanga, in Marawi, in Tagum, and other places. And we do this in league or in partnership with the other Extremely Together chapters in Nigeria, in Uganda, in Somalia, and Pakistan. So it's a push global effort. But ito pong chapter namin, si Extremely Together Philippines, hindi lang po siya salita, hindi lang po siya training. We want our young people to put their thoughts into practice, and we also want our funders, our supporters, to put their money where their mouth is. If they really believe in young people as advocates for peace, they have to invest in them. So we are probably one of the few organizations in the Philippines who give seed grants. Nagbibigay po kami ng pera sa mga youth organizations so that they can actually implement their ideas for peace into practice. And this is being done under our network of Extremely Together Philippines Panagpusa. So ano po bang ginagawa nila? Our youth organizations have created storybooks, some of which were actually picked up by GetBet to be distributed to other schools. The youth organizations taught livelihood skills to IP groups and other marginalized communities. They even had a voters' participation in Good Governance Summit before the 2022 elections for some communities. They also had different projects to bring indigenous groups together. They had art competitions. They had online assemblies of advocates from all over the Philippines. We had webinars. We donated books. Ito pong picture na to is very interesting because our network mobilized to provide books to children in the Spratlys. So yung mga bata, living in islands where, the Chinese vessels come and go, those children nag-provide po kami ng books sa kanila. And these are just some of the efforts that we've done through the pandemic, like giving food, organizing activities. And last year, our youth organizations, with seed funding from us, so small grants from us ranging from between 5,000 pesos to 80,000 pesos per organization, they provided typhoon relief to over 3,000 individuals And they also provided free Ramadan meals or iftar meals to more than 500 individuals. And of course, these are really nice numbers. But how do we actually quantify the impact? So, an independent organization, One Young World, estimated that our activities from 2020 to 2022 generated almost $5 million in impact in these 2 years. And that's because of our activities to mobilize and train young leaders, our activities in education through donating books and school supplies, scholarships, and all of the other things. So ako po, hindi po siguro ako makakahawak ng $5 million sa aking lifetime. But maybe with this impact, this is a signal hope that we can show that if I, a young leader, can generate this much impact, imagine if you invest in thousands of other young Filipino leaders like me, ano would generate natin na impact? So I'll leave that for you po, as food for thought. So I'm almost done, but I want to leave with this quote. So bago po yan, I just want to say that after this event, I hope you come out realizing these few key points from me, from Arisa. So number one, youth and women are very, very important in peace building. Ewan ko po kung napansin niyo, pero in the past 3 panels, although of course I appreciate the organizers, we didn't have women and we didn't really have young people. So sana po, ang youth and women ay hindi lamang isang panel na isa, but they will be integrated to all the panels and all the conversations and all the discussions and tables moving forward. And second, let's put our money where our mouth is. Marami po akong napuntahan na events na ang mga batang katulad ko ay sinasama lang to fulfill a diversity quota or para maging part ng isang photo op. But working with young people, I've been blown away by their creativity, by their resourcefulness, by their ingenuity, and by their dogged determination to pursue hope and to pursue peace. So let's build on that. And hopefully, those of you here who are working in organizations, who are policymakers, who are working in government, can do that. Please invest. Give money to the young people in ways that they can really, really use that for impact. And lastly, so going back to this point, how can there be peace in other tormented areas of the world through such small, modest human encounters? It may sound cheesy po, but every day, every opportunity is a chance that we can share peace. My parents started that love story, yung kanilang pagmamahal, yung kanilang courtship, eventually became an organization that has valued millions of dollars in impact. So what more? Your smile towards a stranger. What more? A kind word towards someone that you don't necessarily like. What more? Sharing a table with a political opponent or somebody that you don't agree with. So all these things add up. And lahat po tayo dito, hindi man tayo leader ng isang organization, hindi man po tayo pangulo ng bansa, lahat po tayo can be peace builders. Whether you're in Mindanao, or whether you're in Visayas, or whether you're in Luzon, whether you're Muslim, or whether you're Christian, or whether you're any religion, we all are responsible towards peace. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Arisa Nong. And now, to talk to us about the community and national peace, waging peace at home and in the community. Please welcome our next speaker. She is the founder of Youth for Mental Health Coalition, a group that promotes mental health awareness and support for the youth. She is a passionate advocate who envisions a world where seeking help is normalized and stigma-free. She is also a leader who creates and implements various initiatives and resources that cater to the needs and interests of the younger generation. Please give a warm welcome to the founder of Youth for Mental Health Coalition, Ms. Ray Aliana Lagaspa.
Isang mapagpalayang araw po sa ating lahat. Una, bago ko magsimula, gusto ko lamang pong linawin. Hindi po ako ang founder ng Youth for Mental Health Coalition. I'm one of the founding members, and I'm glad to be sharing our advocacy with you. We've been doing this for 7 years already, and this is one of the reasons why I hope no, na I'll be seeing a better future for all of us. Di lamang sa aspeto ng kapayapaan, kung hindi na rin sa iba't iba pang aspeto ng ating mga buhay. So ako po si Ariana, the National Chairperson of Y4MH currently. I'm also the Vice President of the 12th National Youth Parliament and a council member of NAPS-UIS. So magandang hapon po sa Globe. So allow me, when Sir Nando actually messaged me, asking me if I wish to also be included in this discussion, I had thoughts in my head, and I said to myself, how can I justify this one? But going through the advocacy throughout the years, I realized that health in general is actually intertwined with peace, and peace is intertwined with health. So bibigyan po natin siguro ngayong hapon ng isang introduction kung paano nga ba tayo makakapagsimula ng kapayapaan sa ating mga pamilya at later on sa ating komunidad. So I want to ask everyone, how do you find a peaceful home, a peaceful community? You know, it's a very difficult, if you try to analyze it really, it's a challenging question dahil maraming aspeto ang kapayapaan. At marami ng iba sa mga aspeto na ito ay hindi naman natin talaga gaano napapansin o hindi natin gaano nararamdaman. Pero this is how I actually want to define a peaceful home. A peaceful home is a place where safety is a priority. A peaceful home is a place where you feel sense of belongingness. A peaceful home is where you get the most supportive relationship. And the peaceful home is where physical and emotional safety are actually present. I came from a broken family, that's why the home wasn't that peaceful. It gave me a lot of pain. At throughout the years, later on, led to a mental health challenge, which that part of my life was really personal, but it actually stepped into a 7-year engagement with an advocacy I believe strongly about. Gusto ko po sana na maisip natin din kung paano namin naiisip kung ano nga ba ang essential o ang essence ng mental health sa ating kapayapaan. Nandiyan ang kalusugan, nandiyan ang ekonomiya at ang environment natin at lahat ng aspetong yan intertwined to one another dahil kung hindi maganda ang ating environment, hindi tayo magiging healthy. Kung wala tayong good health, then definitely hindi tayo magiging productive. We cannot particularly provide our best to contribute to our economy. And if the economy is not that good, then our health and the environment won't be as good either. So kung meron palang intersectionality na gano'n at tayo ay nasa pinakagitna noon, I want to highlight that peace actually encapsulates all of that. If peace is not present, then well-being is not present. If there is a lack of peace, then definitely the environment won't be good either. And definitely kung wala tayong kapayapaan, paano na ang ekonomiya? Seeing this particular diagram over here, I want to know if each and every one of us, lagi ba natin ito naaalala? Because there are a lot of fragments in our everyday lives that would have been influencing how we perceive a lot of things about our lives. Pero baka yung maliliit na fragment na yon and nag-encomprise nito ay hindi natin gaano binibigyan ng concept. So ngayong hapon po, allow me to provide you a different perspective wherein we attain peace through our mental well-being. Mental health is our state of well-being. Ginhawaan, kagalingan, kung saan kahit meron tayong mga pagsubok na pinagdadaanan sa pang-araw-araw, pinakakayanan natin ito. Dahil alam natin kung paano natin gagamitin ang ating potensyal, ating abilidad, upang makaharap o pagtagumpayan itong mga problema ito. Mental health also pertains to our ability to build better relationships, our ability to contribute to our economy, to our society, and the like. So it's not really just about the mental health conditions that you might be hearing or you might know, like depression, anxiety disorders, but rather a very positive aspect of our lives wherein we are being taught that we have to actually take good care of our mental well-being so that we also take good care of the people around us. Allow me to share this particular model wherein the Philippine mental health system is actually banking on. This is what we call the biopsychosocial spiritual model of health, kung saan nakikita po natin na yung ating biological consideration, psychological consideration, social consideration, and spiritual considerations actually influence our well-being. And if you would think about it very deeply, these are also particular considerations that actually influence peace in our societies. Sorry, pabalik ko. Okay. Moving forward, we also have the idea of 8 dimensions of wellness. And if you would look at it, itong mga dimensions of wellness na ito ay lahat din naman, no, particularly doon ay nakaangkat sa ating kalusugan, hindi lamang sa ating mental health, kundi pati sa ating physical health, and us as human beings. I just want you to also understand, and I want to emphasize this one, that the intersectionality between health and all social and economic issues actually influence your health in particular. Hindi ko ata nag-work on this. So, balik na lang. Thank you. And based on UH study also, this is, ito daw yung mga factors that comprising yung ating kalusugan. So 40% of that, our health, is actually affected by socio-economic factors. The other 10 by physical environment, the other 30 for health behaviors, and the other 20 for healthcare. But yet again, if you would think about it on a more critical perspective, these are also different indicators, different factors that affects the peace in our communities. Next po, please. So I would like to highlight also, bakit mo ba yan pinag-uusapan yan? Because I want us to realize that we have to establish that peace within, and next is to establish that peace inside our families so that we can actually reflect that into a peaceful community and later on in the nation itself. Next, please. So I've actually placed here different life stages and mental health risks based on WHO. But I wouldn't delve on that deeply, but rather I would like us to check na lahat naman ng ito ay merong nakaangkat sa ating relationship. Hindi lamang sa pangsariling relasyon, kundi sa relasyon natin sa ating mga magulang, sa ating mga anak, sa ating mga siblings, and the other people around us. Next, please. And other protective factors, addressing those specific risk factors are also anchored into relationships, like your relationship sa iyong sarili, sa iyong relationship mo sa ibang tao sa paligid, and also our social justice in the country, which is bound also on relationship. Next, please. So I would like to share different points where we can use to manage our wellness. And if you will check all of these particular tips, you will see na napakaliliit ng mga bagay. Meron ba kayo ng mga maliliit na bagay na pinag-reflect po natin sa pang-araw-araw? Next, please. So one of which is, of course, taking regular breaks because you have to rest. Wala mong Superman. I am still a part of the youth sector, but I've seen here a lot of leaders, seasoned leaders, no? And I know throughout your advocacy work, you also put rest behind because you wanted to give everything that you wish to give. But mind you, my dear mentors and everyone else in this room, rest is still the best support, still the best way that you can move forward, still the best way that you can contribute. Next, please. Beware of your current workload because, like what you said, no person can actually do everything and it can do only as much. So I hope within the 24 hours of our day, we dedicate some time for rest and then we dedicate some time for the workload. And if you cannot finish it today, then probably tomorrow is a better day. Next, please. So there's also, of course, celebrating your wins because there's no win, big or small. Lahat po ng wins natin, na kinakailangan natin i-celebrate. Biologically, when you celebrate your particular win, the reward center of your brain actually releases a neurotransmitter that makes you happy. And if you feel happy, your body actually remembers that. And when your body remembers that, it wants to feel that particular emotion again. So yung pag-celebrate mo ng win mo is an actual training to actually be happy again. Next, please. So there's also, of course, seeking help. It's easier said than done. I know. No, it's most specifically for those who experience trauma. They're saying it's a reaction that really it will be very difficult for us to open up our traumatic experiences to others. But then no man is an island, and we all need the support of other people to actually move forward. But then please choose kung kanino support mo ba yung hinihingi natin. Because not everyone in our lives will actually give us the support that we need. It's always being wise about whom you share your life with so that you would know na yung sinasabi nila ay makakabuti para sa'yo. Next, please. There's also this idea that we stop comparing our lives to another person because no person is actually alike. The way you manage your life is very different from the way others manage theirs. So there's no point in actually comparing if one is more successful than you are in something like that. So next, please. Build healthy relationships where you feel supported, valued, and cared for. Because it's important that the only people that you actually keep close are the people you get support from. Next, please. There's also, of course, stress management, which definitely I know that you are working on, but it's always a good reminder. It's always good to be reminded about this one. Next, please. Self-care, there's 100, 1,000 ways on how we can do self-care, but ako personally, I think what I'm doing right now for self-care is pretty much, very much different from what you're doing. But it's always good to spend some time with family members and with organizations that you feel like your family. So that's a good self-care practice, and I hope this organization right here will also be a support system to each one. Next, please. Know your emotions and know how to manage them. Next, please. Be compassionate towards oneself because you cannot be compassionate to another if you're not compassionate towards yours. Next, please. And I would like to also highlight the power of influence. Susunod na slide po. Ito yung gusto ko talaga mapag-usapan natin. Kasi hindi naman natin kinakailangan na maging presidente ng Pilipinas o kung sino man with a higher power to actually influence. Each and every one of us in this room is an influencer in your very own families, in your very own intimate circles, in the very communities that you work with. Kaya lagi po natin tatandaan na yung mga binibitawan nating salita at lahat ng aksyon na ginagawa natin ay nakakaapekto sa kalusugang pangkaisipan ng iba. Ibig sabihin, kung ano yung sasabihin mo sa isang tao, mapapaisip siya kung yun nga ba yung deserve niya o yun pa yung worth niya. In those specific, simple words, you can always promote the peace that you want to see in your community. If you wish to promote peace, then start with that. Next, please. This is the care pyramid, and you would know that if you see this, yung pinaka nasa baba po is self-care. No? So it always starts with oneself. And the next part of that is informal community care. When we talk about informal community care, it's the very thing that you contribute in your intimate circles, in your communities, in your families. And that kind of support prevents all the other specialized problems that there will be. Next, please. So yet again, I wish to actually reiterate, no, this is my definition of a peaceful home. I might not have been able to feel it for the past 28 years, but then, no, it's a chance that I hope you would instill or you would actually provide, no, the generations after myself. So a peaceful home is a place where safety is a priority. A peaceful home is a place where we feel a sense of belongingness. A peaceful home is a place where we get the most supportive relationships. And the peaceful home is where physical and emotional safety are present. Next, please. And I will return this diagram back to you. Paano po ba talaga natin nakikita ang intersectionality ng kalusugan, ng ating environment, ng sistema, ng ekonomiya, at ng ating mga sarili? Lahat ng ating mga ginagawa ay meron din impluensya sa ating kapayapaan. At ang ating kapayapaan ay malaki ang impluensya sa ating mga sarili. So maraming salamat po for inviting me for mental health coalition in this discussion. I just want to reiterate, no, lahat ng ilo po ay mga mabubulaklak na salita lamang. Lagi natin sila nararamdaman, na-experience sa pang-araw-araw, pero kung hindi natin sila bibigyan ng bigat, hindi natin sila iintindihin, ay baliwala lang. So I'm hoping for a more peaceful society and nation for us, where peace starts from within, influence to our families, to our communities, and to our nation. Lagi po natin tandaan, ikaw, ako, tayong lahat ay mahalaga, lagi-lagi, kaya alagaan po natin ang ating mga sarili. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Ms. Aliana Lagasta. Now, Chief Advocates. Our next speaker for the fourth track will discuss new media as a tool for peace advocacy. She is the co-owner and vice president of Puzzle Box BPO Incorporated, a company that provides digital outsourcing solutions to various sectors. She is also the president and CEO of the New Channel Media Corporation, a new media publication that features shows across Asia and the US. She is an advocate for #digital for good, creating online communities and shows that promote women empowerment, family, values, and social responsibility. She is a certified digital leader, an MSME Hero awardee, and a fine arts graduate. Everyone, please give a warm round of applause to Ms. Abol Esplana Managsala.
Hello everybody, can you hear me? Kumusta po kayo? Gising pa po ba kayo? Sino po dito yung nagising ng 6 a.m. or earlier kanina, kagaya natin? Ayan. Gusto niyo po ba mag-warm up ng konti para makita tayo sa live stream na masaya dito? Ayan. Pwede ba natin sila pakita direct? Nasaan? Doon po, doon. Ayan. So, magandang hapon po. Kagaya po ng introduction, yun na po yun. Tapos na po. Anyway, I've prepared here a few slides for you and a few videos. Bilang alam ko kung makakasawa na kayo sa mga nagsasalita sa stage maghapon. And preparing po ako ng videos that we can share with you para po mas ma-appreciate at naiintindihan nyo kung ano ba yung ginagawa namin sa The New Channel. So, nakakatuwa kong makita yung mga TNC backs na galing po sa mga sponsors at supporters ng TNC na sinishare rin po namin sa inyo. So, sana po kung ano po yung naman yan na galing po sa aming partner na Unilab ay ma-appreciate po ng mga families nyo. So, today, I will be talking about, ano nga yung topic ko? Ayan, so, ito ba? Okay, inaayos ko po nila. Gusto niyo po bang sumayaw muna? Okay. Ayun. So this particular product or brand that we're using on the new channel called PSU is something that I am doing it together with our hosts and producers of the new channel is using every time we come to a forum like this or kapag meron po kami grupo na kailangan kausapin kung ano po ang mga bagay na ginagawa namin. Okay, today I will be talking to you, or this afternoon, I will be talking to you about new media as a tool for peace advocacy. Sa totoo lang po, napakahirap yung topic ko kasi sa akin. So, tulungan niyo po ako by showing your hands. Sino po ba dito yung mga 30-year-old na katulad ko? Lahat tayo, di ba? Umuha po kayo dyan. Mabilis lang po ito. May attention po kayo dito sa akin. Gusto nyo maging 30-year-old or 31-year-old forever. No, sir? And then we stop counting after that. Diba? Kasi age is just a number. Right? Sino po dito yung mga chill lang silang tawagin TikToker? Meron po ba? Meron po ba mga TikToker? Ay, wow! Sir, mag-video tayo. Mag-video ka dito. Tapos promote natin yung event. Meron po bang YouTubers dito? Ay, YouTuber also, sir. Mga mahilig po sa live stream. Parating nanonood ng Reels. Minsan. May time pa po ba tayo for that? Is this the market that we are catering to, kami po sa PNV? Or are you all serious folks? Hindi naman po, no? Dapat may balance in life, no? So yan po yung itatry ko na ipapakita sa inyo na ano po ba yung mga alternative platforms na meron tayo ngayon na baka ginagawa nyo rin. And in that way, I will also be sharing with you ano po yung ginagawa natin sa DNC that will also be beneficial for you. That you can also do for your companies, for your groups, for your communities, for yourselves, and also for your families. Ayan. So, new media include the wide range of web-related communication tools such as blogs, social media networking, virtual worlds, and other social media platforms. So, dati po, ito sa left, yan ang definition ng new media. Ngayon po, which I'm sure you'll agree with me, kahit po nandito kayo, nagso-social media kayo. Okay? So, gusto po natin yan, only if mapapanoorin nyo po in live stream natin. But we're coming from pandemic, and TNC also being a product of pandemic, take down niyo muna po yung mga phone nyo. Mabilis lang po ito. And this is one thing that we're also trying to tell everybody that while we are a digital company, it's still very important to be beside a person, talking to someone. And this is a rare opportunity for all of us. Agree po? Okay. So, in this diagram, we're showing you what are the new media platforms. Just when you Google it, marami po kayong makikita. And to myself, ito po yung isa sa mga pinaka-interesting na nakita ko latest information that you will get if you Google about new media. Okay? Traditional, of course, alam po natin ng TV, radio, etc. Meron po ba mga taga-media din dito? Okay, answers ay po kayo, radio, standard, okay, publication. Lahat po ba nakakalaw kung ano ang tik-tik? Ano po ba yung tik-tik? Sir, ano po ba yung tik-tik? Totoo nga, ano po? Sobrang curious. So yung mga nanonood po sa live stream, okay? Hashtag tik-tik. Okay. Tabloid. Comment down if you want to know more about it. Mag-invite ko tayo sa kanila to explain what that word is. But new media these days is defined as email marketing or examples are email marketing, content marketing, social media marketing, search engine optimization, and search engine marketing. Di po natin i-discuss lahat yan. Kasi baka po ayaw nyo ng pakinggan. But we will discuss some parts of it and some parts of it that are already being implemented on TNC. But you can see, medyo hardcore siya, right? But in layman's term, or kung mas madali po natin maintindihan, almost everything that we see digital, that's actually new media. So marami na lang po talagang transformation na regularly nangyayari ngayon, kagaya ng AI, AR, Web3, diba? Ang dami na po ganyan ngayon, which is a different topic, but all of those are actually still part of new media. So, according to Spiralytics, okay, so when did, nababasa niyo po ba? Basahin ko for you, okay? When did the internet start in the Philippines? It started in 1994, the first international email conference at the University of San Carlos Technological Center in Cebu. May mga taga Cebu po ba dito? So according to this study, pero nasa po kayo, maayong adlaw sa inyong tanan. Right? Sa inyong tanan. Ayan, galing po ako sa Cebu, at meron po kami mga shows sa Cebu, at meron din po kami mga supporters sa Cebu na pwede po namin ipakilala sa inyo. So what was the first social media in the Philippines? Friendster. Sino po yung nakapag-Friendster dito? Kamay, wave po dyan. Second to the last na po ako so mas pasayahin natin to. Nagpapamakarena po ako kapag nasa stage. Friendster. Ito ba? Nakapag-Friendster ba kayo dyan? Babawiin po yung look back pag hindi nakakilala si Friendster. Friendster! May Friendster po kayo dyan. Sino po yung mga nagsa-status dati? Ano nga yun? Lagyan mo ko ng... ano po yung form na yon? Naalala niyo yung gagawin mo sa Friendster? Ano na? Bakit millennial mo yung sabi? Gen Z. Testy, naalala niyo po yun? Bigyan mo ng testimonial, di ba? Naalala niyo po yun? Kailangan someone would message you and say there something about you. Di ba? Yan ano mo ba yun? Hindi niya alam, hindi niya inabot ng Friendster. So yun ang Friendster, yun ang Facebook ng dati. Okay? So yun ang pinag-umpisahan, basically, according to this study. Right now, I'm sure dahil po nasa politics tayo, majority sa atin, aware tayo na 119 million people are coming. We have that as a population in the Philippines for 2024. And I can just imagine gano'ng karaming tao yun, di ba? And online, there are 76 million social media users in 2024. When I verified this, as of 2022, 2024, there's about 83 million in social media in the Philippines. And 82% of Filipinos are social media account holders. Ilan po dito yung 2-3 yung cellphone? Para saan po yung isa? Pang-ilan po yun? Aminin niyo po, tawa kayo. Anyway, every one of at least one social media account, right, per platform. And then, sino po dito yung, ang trabaho din po nila social media managers? Meron po ba? Ayan, meron din. So, sir, sanay tayo, gano'ng karaming social media accounts ang kaya mo i-handle, sir, at the time? 6. Wow. Can you beat that, 6? Can you beat that, 6? 15. Wow, ma'am, natutulog pa tayo? Magkano po ang sweldo natin? 15 social media accounts. Anyway, these are part of the deck, but as per our own experience in Puzzlebox, as a business process outsourcing, doing intelligent outsourcing and handling digital management of some companies here in abroad, and even myself po, being one digital marketing consultant, I have observed that one person can actually handle a maximum of 10. Okay, pag more than 10 po, medyo maluloka ka na ng konti. Medyo mahihirapan ka na. At dapat yung 10 na yun, magka-connected kahit pa paano magkaka-industry. Pag sobrang ibang-iba po yung industry na yun, medyo mahirapan ka. So I think the safest would be yung number ni Sir, 6. So if you ever want to get into that, let's take social media accounts lang. Kasi after that, hindi nyo na mabivisit yung ibang accounts nyo. The Philippines ranks 2nd worldwide in average daily social media usage of 4 hours and 6 minutes. Sino po yung naka-iPhone dito? Bias ako, ay, 3 lang kami. Ay, ang lukot po natin. Sino po yung mga naka-iPhone? Mamimigay daw po yung organizer sa mga dumami. Kinamit eh. No, the reason I ask is I'm not sure about the other Android phones. Kasi sa iPhone, it will prompt you ilang oras ka nag-spend on the internet or online. Di ba po Sino po doon yung katulad ko at a certain point? Naka-record to, no? Naka-Nokia ka, sir. Yung anak ko, sir. Friends kayo, naka-Nokia. Pina-experience namin sa 9-year-old kong anak ang Nokia. So, sino po nakakakuha ng prompt? Ilang oras na spend na internet na daily? Si iPhone po can give you that. At a certain point po ako, guilty, nasa mga 14 hours a day. And I observed that was when I was starting, or when we were starting, or building PNC. Maybe I wasn't naman. Maybe yun naman po ako judge. Hindi naman po ako naka-online all the time. But probably I'm not looking naman all the time or into it all the time. But consciously, I felt, oh my God, baka too much exposure on radiation and all of that. Because according to this study, 4 hours and 6 minutes lang yung majority in the Philippines. Nandun pa lang ako sa extreme. Kung nasa almost 40 hours in a day ako. So if you have iPhones or check nyo po sa mga gadgets nyo, sometimes it tells you Sa akin po kasi it tells you if you have used more than the number of hours. Na wala naman siyang definition kung ilan. Pero siguro po kung dapat matulog tayo ng 6 to 8 hours in a day, may doctors po ba dito? Tama po ba ako? Yun po kasi feeling ng doktor ko matulog ng at least 8 hours or 6 to 8. So, syempre kung nag-spend ka po more than that, di ba baka you are overstretching yourself online. On the other hand, ay kapagpangan po. On the other hand, you have to also understand, kasi our business po in Puzzle Box is actually 24/7. So siguro kaya nasanay ako tumingin at i-check kasi nga our operations is built that way. But anyway, hanggang 4 hours na po pala ang majority. The Philippines saw a 3.4 increase in social media users from 2021 to 2022. Bakit kaya? Ano pong wild guess natin lahat? Dami nating oras, no? Noong time na yon. This was the height or the mid or possibly during the height of pandemic na halos na tayo nasa loob ng bahay. Right? And our only way to communicate to people is actually online. And this was also almost the same time as when we gave birth to PNC. Because there were so many people online who needed an opportunity to be seen, but doesn't have the capacity to do it on their own. And that's why PNC was actually built. Moving forward, as of July 2022, Facebook accounts for around 91.1% of Philippine social media market. Lahat po ba tayo dito may Facebook account? Grabe, no? Galing nila. Pero ang galing din ng Filipino because according to this, the Philippines is actually the center, the Facebook capital of the world. Kahit na hindi tayo ang gumawa nun, tayo yung I don't want to say tayo yung pinaka-addicted to it, but more, tayo yung mas nakakagamit nun properly. Agree? Do you agree? Properly, because that's how I see it. I'd like to believe, sir, that the reason why we are on Facebook, because we do business on Facebook, right? Filipinos at that, we do business on Facebook. And we give business to Facebook as well. YouTube had 56 million users in the Philippines in the early of 2022. At ito na nga, si TikTok pumasok na. TikTok had 35.9 million users, 18 and above in the Philippines in the early of 2022. So right now, I'm pretty sure because of the experience and the way we're seeing, all of this number has gone up. And that's the reason why we have to understand what is the value of this in the peacemaking process or in our day-to-day life. Kung doon lang natin siya gustong tingnan in the meantime, kahit na, kasi to me po, very important yun. Whatever you're doing, it has to start from yourself, right? So, what are the facts about social media in the Philippines? Facebook is the most used social media platform in the Philippines. 97.4 users in the Philippines prefer mobile phones when using social media. The Philippines is the social media capital of the world, right? And you know when I've been in media even before the new channel and even before Puzzle Box, and at that time, 15 years ago, I do remember being in an event in a different country and being told that a Facebook might not be putting up as an office in Asia kasi wala naman masyadong nagamit dyan. Parang ganon, something to that effect. And at that time, syempre iba pa yung landscape. But now, Facebook has chosen to be here in the Philippines and not in other parts of Asia or in other parts of the world outside of the US. Kasi nandito yung market. Nandito tayo, yung users ng Facebook and enablers of their platforms as well. 51.4 users in the Philippines follow celebrities and influencers. Meron mo bang celebrities dito na katulad nitong ni Sir Nato? Meron po mong ibang celebrities dito? Influencers. Sometimes. Actually, the word influencer, ako po is part of the board of directors of the Creator and Influencers Council of the Philippines or CICP. Isa po sa objective namin is to make sure that we qualify the influencers and content creators in the Philippines and in a way to differentiate them from each other and elevate the level of how we are using social media and other platforms in the Philippines. And observe po namin, ako po my personal observation is that hindi naman kailangan influencer ka, marami kang followers, million yung followers mo. Although first, by the scientific way of understanding it in business, you have to be able to influence people through them following you to be able to say that you're actually influencer. But I do believe that when people follow you, when you have a circle of, let's say, 10 people who are enablers in their own way, that's already influencing other people. So you're still considered influencer. Filipinos rank globally as some of the most active internet users. Ayan, sabi ko na nga po, di ba? Nag-video, nakikinig, nakikipag-usap, pero nag-internet pa rin tayo. And that is why. So, given that, the new media is all about this, and including OTT platforms, yun po yung most commonly known as Netflix. And then blogs, live streaming, like the new channel, music streaming, kagaya ng Spotify, virtual and augmented reality, email marketing websites, lahat po yan are actually part of the ecosystem of new media. Now, how do we use those platforms to be able to share good news to other people? How do we use those platforms to be able to amplify our voices and be able to touch other people's lives by influencing them? Yun po yung something na I hope by understanding ano ba itong platforms na to, ano ba itong new media, we're all going home thinking about that and hoping that in the next few slides that I will be sharing with you, we will be able to make you appreciate the little things that we have been able to do on TNC and how you, as now probably our audience, be a participant to the things that we're doing. So, new media for me is supposed to be used for peace, to promote harmony by educating, engaging, and building communities. Kasi to me po, the concept of new media didn't only stop on understanding what are the platforms. To me, what I have observed and what I have seen, through the platform that we are actually able to create communities. And that's something that I have developed on the new channel. Ayan, so to everybody, this is how we have established TNC, which is actually born out of pandemic. Something that we have been actually seeing in some of the short video clips that we were seeing, that we have shown you earlier. But our objective is basically to tell stories, to tell good stories that advocates good things about lives of people and therefore advocating peace. So I'm very glad to reshare this video with you because this is really something that on behalf of me and on behalf of on behalf of everyone who's working behind the camera on the new channel, since pandemic and up to now, we're very glad that we are able to provide information to people, to some universities, to communities like you. And I hope that after today, we will be able to help you um, amplify whatever projects or peace messages you have through the platforms that we can create for you. Let's all watch this. Take two. Ganyan mo talaga pag-live. Ayan, so patalas-talas muna tayo. So first off, advertisement. Again, thank you so much for listening, and the few slides that you are going to watch after, in the next slides, you will be seeing some of the milestone projects that we have done on TNC that promotes advocacy, that promotes peace building and also community building, which I'm glad to share with you. Out of the almost 50, 60 ideas and concepts that we already released on our Facebook and our YouTube channels. So everybody, I'm sorry. Let's all watch this. Hashtag TNC now. Yun. So, yun, sana mo may round of applause. Thank you, sir. So, we're very happy to be part of this community. And it's my first time to be part of your group, to be part of this kind of event. Never in my lifetime have I ever imagined that I will be next to people like you, next to community builders, next to public officials. Kasi I used to be a media person, but a more private person. But I have embraced it because I understand that there is a need for someone to use her voice so that advocacies such as yours will be amplified without having to spend too much. And that was really what TNC is all about. I was touched by what my sister in Global Women Who Rule, Ariza, mentioned earlier, which she said that sana there are more women in the table, sana there are more women on stage, and I guess that's one of the reasons why I had to fully embrace what we're doing on TNC, just go with the flow, wherever it will lead us. So in the next few videos, I will be showing to you some of the semi-political projects that we have done, but not necessarily political, because as an alternative new media platform, we try to be as political as possible, even if there is a need for us to send the message that has to be sent across. So this next one that I will be sharing with you is a video. It's a video that we have created with one of the tourists to promote the tourism of Samar. When we spoke with some of the people in Samar, they were saying na parang what a way for us, for them to showcase to the world what their place is all about. And through that conversation, we thought of, okay, so we sat with them, we spoke with them, and I thought, sabi ko, why don't you consider doing Asama na Samar? Balay Buhay, Sama na Samar, which means this is our house. Parang something like, welcome to our house, come to our house, welcome to Samar. Because um, this was all happening during pandemic, and you can just imagine how my life has become even this year, even if I was just at home creating shows like this that actually promote summer. I have never been to summer, but I have known summer because of this show, and I have loved the people of the show because if you go to our page and you just search Balay Buhay Sama na Summer, you will see that they actually created a live stream show using their own dialect and creating a home studio that they really built it to promote Samar as the waterfalls capital of the Philippines. I mean, can you imagine that? Alam ko po marami sa inyo aware siguro dyan, but for myself as a mom, as someone who's in the media and someone who's working in marketing, also doing marketing, hindi ako aware. So when I worked with them, I was so blown away kasi napakaganda pala ng place na ito. So panoorin po natin ang Balay Buhay Sama na Sama. Ay. Sorry. Thank you. You're welcome po. Sino po dito yung tulad ko hindi pa nakapunta sa Samar? Ay, saya, ang dami nang nakapunta. So ako po during pandemic, imagine nyo, hindi tayo nakakalabas, pero napasya lang po yung Samar. Kasi 18 episodes been finished and they brought us to different places and they introduced us to the culture. Another one, new media concept that we have created on PNC during pandemic and out of pandemic is this one that I am really so proud as well and blown away when we conceptualized it. This is what we call COVID stories. So in COVID stories, what we did is we featured those people who made it. Yung mga nakalagpas sa COVID, yung mga doktor na na-trap, yung mga tao na on their deathbed, what were they doing? And I was so happy to receive good responses. We were so happy to receive good responses kasi they weren't hesitant to share their pain. They weren't hesitant to share their happiness because they have accomplished something also. And then eventually, we also talked about businesses born out of pandemic kasi technically COVID stories pa rin siya. Relationships that were built during pandemic, we also talked about those things. And then, as our way of sharing our, um, our part as an alternative media platform, we have created a show called Decide as One, which helps people to understand how they should actually decide during the election and how we should actually all decide as one. So this is that show. So like what I said, these are just some of the, I lost count after a while, but probably around 60, 70 concepts that we've already published on TNC. And of course, the show that paved the way to our presence here tonight, today, is actually a show by Sir Nato, which is called Para sa Bayan. Kwento ko lang ng konti, sabi ni Sir Nato sa akin dati, matagal ko na po siyang kilala bago pa TNC. When I was still in another media company called Adobo Magazine, which is an advertising and brand magazine in the Philippines. Sabi niya sa akin, marami akong gustong gawin para sa bayan. So binigyan namin ng pangalan yung Para sa Bayan. And Sir Nato has been doing this for 5 seasons now. So that's less than 100 videos already painted. And that's on top of other things that we have done together. So thank you, Sir Nato, for bringing us to this stage. Thank you for choosing to do Para sa Bayan because indeed, wala nang ibang explanation yan, like what we both said a week or two ago. Ito pala talaga yung Para sa Bayan. So, it's my honor to present to you the show that I have also been, supporting, and I hope that you will also continue to support it. This is Para sa Bayan. Yay! So that's Para sa Bayan on season 5 right now. On behalf of these people from the Philippines and outside of the Philippines who has helped me create this to where it is right now. We hope that you continue to, or if this is your first time hearing us, it's okay. Kasi we're really meant to share and let you experience things that are new at the same time while we are experiencing it. So we hope that we can see you online and we can continue to tell you stories. My purpose in TNC is basically done to things that unimaginably I can explain to you this afternoon because from an advocacy to just sharing something online to building a community now and now continuously sharing my story on stage, which I have never really imagined to be able to do as well. So I hope that each one of us, while we find our purpose in life, we also find peace at that. Because I'm at the stage in my life right now where I function based on happiness. And I'm here on stage with you kasi masaya akong supportahan kung ano man yung mga advocacy ninyo at gagawin ninyo through the platform that we have, which is TNC. So it's very important for all of us to understand that our presence is really needed when we want to take a leap in finding that new media platform that will work for us, and we have to be able to also understand who our audience is. And in TNC, I am not after the millions of viewers and followers. I'm just after the community builders like you guys, because I know that whatever good you will take part from hearing, whatever message I will have here on stage will be amplified to your own community. And it will be very difficult for us to help cascade the good things that we have on our channel if we won't get help or assistance from all of you. So, with that, with that said, I have found my own niche in PNC because as the president of the company, I cannot also have my own show. But as a women participant to conversations, and I believe and understand that that's a skill and also a talent and a gift to the Lord that should be heard. I have used my voice to be able to have my own community and a building community where women leaders are empowered and women leaders are celebrated no matter what every day. So it's my honor to also present to you one of the best things that I have done in my life. This is Global Women Who Rule. Walang audio. Pero sige po. Kakantahin ko na lang ba? Ayan, ang saya ko pa naman. So you can see Ariza there. The community is, when we were building TNC, I thought what would be my contribution. And the only thing that I thought I should contribute then was something that I should still be proud of doing 10 years or 10 years from now, or something that I can leave behind. Just in case, because this was all happening during pandemic. And the reception of the people was helped us produce 6 hours, 8-hour live stream event online was really overwhelming. And on our third year right now, this year we will also be creating another 22 women leaders from here and around the world that will just support each other in business, in community building. And we hope that when we launch Global Women Who Rule 2024, some of the women leaders that you think should be acknowledged will be part of it already. So you just have to follow us online and follow the new channel so that we can continue the conversation about this beautiful cause that I mentioned. I'm really so proud about, and yeah, that I'm so proud about. So again, this is me introducing myself to all of you again. Before, I will just tell you, hey, I'm the brand manager of this, I'm the consultant, marketing consultant for this, but because of the many things that I wear, I would always love to include there that of the everything that I'm doing. I'm proud to be a wife, I'm proud to be a mom, I'm proud to be a team leader, I'm proud to be a community builder, but most importantly, I'm also proud to be a Filipino, which I hope everyone will also be. So I bring my bride to different places. That one I'm in the mountains of LA, in the US. So I was telling Sir Nato, what would be the message for this? Tapos sinuli ko siya. Sabi ko sa kanya, Sir Nato, because many people were saying that namamatay na yung traditional media, which is writing. But I still believe that it's very important because coming from a media publication before and now doing new media, which is online stories and videos, I still believe that the pen is mightier than the sword. We have to write it down, or sometimes we have to say it as our way of penning it. Because if not, no one will be able to know. And I've also been able to appreciate of myself that we're all given voices, and that's a gift. And the gift from the Lord that we should actually be using. But of course, we have to use it properly and responsibly. So it's not just always about being
unapologetic about something, but it's always about being kind and being responsible. So again, these are all the things that we have done in the new channel. If you have anything, shameless plug, please. If you have anything that you want us to help us on advocacy programs, if you want to be a content creator, or if you want to produce a show, we will gladly sit down with you, looking back at how Sir Nato and I sat down about Para sa Bayan and the family business when he was starting in 2020 during pandemic. I think we have better bandwidth right now to assist you on how to do things. And these are the other platforms that we're using. Hopefully you can find time. And just one last request. If you guys can scan this, take a picture, scan it so that it's easier for you to just follow us online. Because all the content that we have done on the new channel is not just for me. It's not for Sir Nato or anyone else who have done it. Sincerely, we have done all this content just for you. So again, at the end of the day, we're all here. We're leaving this room. Hopefully we will still be able to see online or continue our conversation to a more powerful movement towards peace. But at the end of the day, like I always say and I always campaign for, let's always use digital for peace and of course only for good. That's the hashtag of my life ever since pandemic. Let's just use digital for good because if not, it might be taken away from us. And that's the best way that we can also help change the world, right? Who here, just like me, wants to use her talents and skills and whatever resources she has to be able to help better other people and help, in a way, change the world. And I'm sure that as part of political parties or politicians, that's also part of your purpose. And it's something that you're already also doing. Again, thank you so much, everybody, for hearing me out. Thank you for the overtime. And I really hope that we can see each other again sometime soon online. And yeah, again, please, let's help change the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Apple Manansala, and to the rest of our speakers, Ms. Aliana Legasca and Ms. Teresa Noco. You have inspired us to aim high so that we can reach our highest potential as a people to create a better and more peaceful world for ourselves and our nation. Ngayon ay ating pag-usapan ang ating mga natutunan sa pang-apat na taon at kung paano natin ito magagamit sa ating pagpapatuloy ng kapayapaan sa bansa. To moderate our panel discussion, please welcome the Executive Director of the Political Institute of the Political Officers League of the Philippines, Mr. Nato Agbayani. And joining him on stage, please welcome back Ms. Teresa Noco, Ms. Aliana Legasca, and Ms. Apple Manansala.
Good afternoon, everyone. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Buti nandito pa kayo. So anyway, kanina na pag-usapan, bakit yung women naiiwan at saka yung mga kabataan. So, part ng design ng platform, ako talaga yung magmamoderate. Nilagay ko talaga sarili ko doon. Anyway, siguro, I'd like to present these three women who I have had the honor to work with. Si Ariza, I met her with my friend Rebecca Bustamante, who is also an advocate na magkaroon ng Pilipinas maging first world country. Of course, si Aliana, I've worked with her sa, hindi sa NYP, pero sa Quezon City SK Federation. So magkasama kami before sa office. I was a consultant sa Quezon City SK Federation. And then of course, si Apple, magkaibigan na kami, matagal na. I was still the Chief Operating Officer of Globaltronics. And ito na kami, magkakasama kami. Siya nasa Adobo pa. We had a project called National Digital Arts Awards. It was to award young people doing digital art with 1 million pesos. Ganun grabe yung ano. So anyway, I think I have the honor to interview or at least react to what you said. Siguro unahin ko na yung kay Arisa. yung life story itself, di ba? We had an interview, nakasama na natin si Arisa as a co-host para sa bayan. Yung life story itself, no, parang nakakatuwa. And then for Yana, ang dami kong natutunan. Sabi nila, I used to remember my brother, dati ring aktivista, sabi niya, alam mo, there will come a time when we will listen and learn from our children. O diba? Ang dami ko natutunan kay Yana. Bagaman para lang kami magkapatid sa age. Then of course, si Apple taught us about new media and its impact on peace advocacy or any advocacy for that matter. So, sa pagkakataong ito, siguro ang gagawin ko na lang, humingi ng last words from you. Siguro, let's start from in the order of the kanina. So, Aliza, please.
Siguro as a final message, gusto ko lang pong i-impart na sobrang halaga po ng event na ito. Kasi siguro dito po tayo, dito sa Metro Manila, medyo kampante po tayo na payapa ang paligid. Na hindi po tayo binobomba, hindi po tayo binabaril. Pero pagpunta po natin sa mga very vulnerable areas around the Philippines, particularly in Mindanao, we will see that war and violence is still a daily threat. Daily threat po talaga siya. And I'd like to caution that we can't remove ourselves from what's happening in the world. Obviously, we know that there's conflict between Russia and Ukraine. We also know that just a few weeks ago or months ago, there's been an ongoing war in Israel and Palestine. And alam naman po natin that there are Muslim populations around the world that are rallying to support Palestine. And that may also affect the dynamics of the grievances of Muslim populations here. So, alam din po natin that in Southeast Asia, hindi rin po tayo malayo sa threat ng violence at sa war. So nakikita po natin that there are still terrorist or violent extremist organizations that are active, not just in the Philippines, but also in Indonesia, Malaysia, and even southern Thailand. So, isipin po natin na ang kapayapaan is an ongoing process. It's an ongoing journey. We know that there is peace when we don't worry about it, like ngayon. Pero hindi po ibig sabihin na payapa po tayo ngayon ay payapa tayo bukas. So this is my, probably my reminder po to all of us that just because we're comfortable doesn't mean we should still continue investing in peace. Kung sino man po dito ang working with BARM or other organizations, I commend you kasi in the past decade, grabe po ang naging development ng Mindanao. My family who's from Zamboanga City, dati wala po kaming SM, wala po kaming malalaking mall, wala po kaming Starbucks, pero ngayon meron na po kami lahat. Kahit kahit Mango, kahit Zara, kahit Lacoste, meron na po kami sa Zamboanga. So that's a very small testament to how much development there's been in leaps and bounds under the leadership of the previous administrations and even the current one. Pero yun nga po, it's no reason for us to be complacent, and I hope that with your partnership and investing in young people, women, and pati po yung mga minority po natin, wag po natin kalimutan, indigenous groups, PWD groups, solo parents, lahat po ng atin pong sector sa society should be part of the peace process. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Ako naman po siguro, bago ang lahat, gusto ko muna magpasalamat sa inyo. Gusto ko rin sanang palakpakan ninyo ang inyong mga sarili. Dahil hindi madaling lumabas ng bahay sa isang weekend. No? Bilang baka on the weekdays, nagtatrabaho po kayo, so on weekend, ang inyong tanging pahinga. But you're all here because you want to share this space with every other advocate there is. Because you want to make the peace in the Philippines a better one for the generations after us. So, I think personally, isa yun na sitting here right now, isa tong karamanan. Dahil I'm sharing this space with people with that dedication to actually work on peace in the Philippines. So maraming salamat po at ako'y nagagalak na makasama din kayo. Maybe my last reminder to each and every one of you who are advocates of peace. ay ito lamang po, na hindi ninyo makakamtan ang kapayapaan na gusto nyong makita sa ating bansa kung sa inyong sarili ay hindi po yung preso. So make sure that in every little thing that you do, maaaring ang pakikipag-usap mo sa iyong katabi, ang pangamusta mo sa iyong anak, ang pakikipag-chat mo sa kaibigan mo, o di naman kaya simple, kahit simple lang, no? Yung pagtulong mo sa isang nakakatandang tumatawid sa pedestrian lane. All of those peaceful moments, take that into heart. And of course, reevaluate. Am I doing peace in every little thing that I do? Because if not, then maybe we have to reevaluate again. So I hope that today, the discussion today is not just, it won't end here, but hopefully when I see you again in this lifetime, I hope you have better mental well-being because you have that certain peace within yourself. And I hope our lightness or our interest to take good care of ourselves actually rippled sa inyong mga pamilya, sa inyong komunidad at sa ating bansa. So maraming salamat po at tuloy-tuloy natin, no? Laging tandaan na mahalaga tayong mga mamamayan. Lahat tayo ay mayroong mahalagang papel sa ating lipunan. Kaya ang lahat ng ginagawa ninyo patungkol o ang pag-contribute ninyo, no, para sa paggagaan ng ating kabuhayan ay isang mahalagang bahagi sa ating lifetime na ito. So maraming salamat.
Grabe. Napakahirap naman pong sundan nun bilang galing ako kanina tapos ito ulit tayo ngayon. Ako po as my last, as my last reminder to all of us, I think, or maybe realization for all of us. I was going through my posts today, kaya hinirap ko yung cellphone ko kasi gusto ko po sanang i-remind kayo na balikan lang natin yung napakasimpleng reminder from the first post of this event. And that really got me through thinking na, okay, dapat talaga supportahan at gawin. The summit's objective is to share stories and insight from influential leaders fostering a shared vision to unlock the nation's full potential in developing and national well-being. So, I think we're all here because we support that. We support those people who have influenced us today, including all of us here on stage. And I'd like to remind everybody that we do have a voice, like what I said earlier. We do have our own platforms. Everybody here has a social media platform. We use that for peace. We use that for kindness. You know, like what the cliche said. It's okay to be right, but it's always better to be kind. So it's not easy to do that. It's not easy to be in a place, and I am a testament to that, to be in a place where you're unsure of, how people will follow you or whether they will or they will not or they will listen to you. But I think everything like what Dave said also, that you just have to be anchored on yourself. What's comfortable to you is very important, but we're supposed to be in a day and age right now where it's not just always about us. I'm sure all of us here are capable of, giving up a Saturday because we're capable of doing that. And I'm sure we can always amplify that by sharing whatever learnings we have had here by using the tools that we have right now. That will be easy way for us to advocate peace and to share peace to other people. So I guess it's an ideal world to be peaceful all the time, right? But it's very important that we find peace in ourselves. Then that's what we can also share to other people. So I guess iiwan na natin sa kanila yung technicalities of all of this, but I'm personally advocating for your own, presence in your life and other people's lives in such a way that you are able to become a catalyst of something that is always good. And always good is always equivalent to a peaceful life. And when you have a peaceful life, you will always choose, you will always have a good choice of, of the good things. You can only be part of good things. And that's what I've always been a believer of. And I hope that
when you go home today and tonight, we always remember that today is not just about what we have learned today, but whatever learnings we have here, whatever thing that we have gotten here will be helpful for us, not only tomorrow, but literally tomorrow, 10 years from now, will we still be used, will those things be helpful, will still be helpful for us. And yeah, so again, thank you so much for giving up your Saturday, as they've said. And I hope that, yeah, we will continue to do these kinds of summits, and we will always be supportive of these summits as well. And again, if you have time, chat with us. Let's talk about your advocacies and see how we can amplify all of that. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. All right. It's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
Thank you so much, everyone, for a meaningful discussion about our highest potential as a people. Now, let's take this time to show our utmost appreciation for our panelists and speakers. You will be receiving a certificate of appreciation to be awarded to Ms. Riza Nok, Ms. Aliana Lagasca, and Ms. Apple Esplana Manansala. Also calling Mr. Rudy Canieda and Mr. Rick Serrano for the photo op. Thank you so much, speakers and panelists. And now, I am thrilled to introduce our next speaker who will leave us inspiring words before we end today's summit. Everyone, please welcome once again Mr. Fortunato Agbayani.
Feel out na ba? So, siguro on behalf of the Political Officers League of the Philippines, Valerie, yung guest natin wag mo na alis. My bad. Sige, so anyway, nagpapasalamat kami sa lahat ng dumating, sa lahat ng mga speakers, syempre sa ating sponsors, Virgie sa Ringway, and then of course, dito sa ating sponsor, ang Vistaland, and may isa pa, si Boss. So anyway, siguro kung nakita nyo, kanina nag-umpisa tayo mula sa track kung saan mga veterano or ika nga mga retired members of the movement. No? Hindi nga yun yung peace movement, yun yung kilusan. Na nakita natin yung mga kwento ng mga kasama natin dati, and we'd like to thank you for the wisdom, for the legacy, for the life na binigay niyo para sa bayan. Then nag-shift tayo, ano ba yung future? Or ano ba yung prospects ng future? And then, nagpunta tayo ulit sa bandang dulo. Paano ba isusustain yan? Paano ba magiging sustainable ang peace? Ano ba mga pwedeng gawin? And then, we met our young leaders, and the young leaders, tayo ang naturuan. Because it is their generation na magtutuloy ng lahat ng ito. So, on behalf of Rudy, Karik, sa lahat ng board ng Paulfield, Political Officers League of the Philippines. Alam naman natin, hindi pa itong huli. Sa lahat ng speakers, panelists, and moderators, sa lahat ng mga tumulong dito po sa Paulville, mga kasama na natin, nandito pa rin sa likod, tumulong sa attendance at sa lahat-lahat. And I think also, maraming salamat din sa mga bisita natin. Dumating yung mga hindi natin ini-expect na dumating. Yung mga galing regions, maraming salamat. Nandito kayo. Yung mga kasama natin sa Soda Parents, I think this is an occasion where we're truly blessed to have each other. Kanina yung sinasabi ni Ana, yung meron kang organization na nag-uusap kayo ng mga common things, napakalaking bagay for well-being. Tama ba? For self-care. Dati kasi, puspusang pakika, simpleng pamumuhay, puspusang pakikibaka. Yung palang puspusang pakikibaka, nakaka-stress pala yun. May stress out ka, mababurn out ka. So kailangan pala talaga self-care, well-being, pag-usapan din. Kasi at the end of the day, our life is short. In fact, yung mga kasama natin sa Paulville, nandun na sa bandang dulo. Kaya, we leave it to young leaders like Ariza, Aliana, and then of course, Apple. Napansin nyo, tatlong A. Ariza, Aliana, Apple. To continue the fight for peace. Tayo, we will be mentors. We will raise up a generation of new patriots. So, yun po. With that, we'd like to end the National Peace Advocates Summit. We'd like to tell you that we have made history today, and let us continue making history in the days to come. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay po ang sambayan ng Pilipinas.
Now, let's take all part in the Peace Pledge, where everyone is encouraged to commit to pursue peace and prosperity in our country. We invite Mr. Rick Serrano and Mr. Rudy Caniela na pumunta sa ating pledge wall para sa inyong commitment. Once again, we would like to invite Mr. Rick Serrano and Mr. Rudy Caniela na pumunta sa ating pledge wall para sa inyong commitment. Oh.
Dali lang. Baka bigla yung iba.
We invite everyone to grab a pen and sign your name and leave a message on our pledge board located at the right side of the stage. Muli, iniimbitahan namin ang lahat na lumapit sa ating pledge board para isulat ang inyong mga pangako para sa isang mapayapa at maunlad na sambayanan. Muli lang iniimbitahan ang lahat na lumapit sa ating pledge board para isulat ang inyong mga pangako para sa isang mapayapa at maunlad na sambayanan. beautiful sight to see. We are all united and committed to our vision of peace and prosperity. And with that, we conclude our summit. We hope that you will continue to be peace advocates in your own ways and capacities. Bago tayo magtapos, ang lahat ay ang aming inahikayat na i-upload ang inyong mga litrato at video sa social media gamit ang hashtag National Peace Advocate Summit 2024, hashtag Pompeo for Peace, and hashtag Peace for Progress. The National Peace Advocate Summit 2024 is sponsored by Montesa, a prime Bristol land development in Cubic Sambales. Relay, we are official media partner, TNC, the new channel. We would also like to thank our speakers, panelists, and guests for your valuable contributions and presence. Please, give yourselves a round of applause. Nagpapasalamat kami sa inyong lahat sa pagiging bahagi ng makasaysayang araw na ito. Umaasa kong inadadal ninyo ang mensahe ng summit na ito sa inyong mga puso at isipan. At ipanahagi ito sa inyong mga pamilya, kaibigan, at pamayanan. Kapag sama-sama, maaari natin itumuyod ang isang matayapa, makatalunan at maunlad na bansa. This has been the National Peace Advocate Summer 2024. Kapayapaan, noon, ngayon, bukas. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of your day. Iniimbitahan po namin ang buong team ng Paulville na pumunta sa stage para sa photo op. Again, iniimbitahan po namin ang buong team ng Paulville na pumunta sa stage para sa photo op. Iniimbitahan din namin kayo mga peace advocates na magtungo sa stage para sa photo op. Maraming salamat po.
Phone ni ma'am yan? Phone ni ma'am Apple?
Gagi wala. Tapos na siya.
Ha?
Tapos na siya pumirme.
Ah? Hindi. Phone niya yan?
Oo. Iniwan ko gagi.
Kala ko na kay ano, phone.
Volleyball team members, then mag-meet siya sa picture taking ko It's very nice.